workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Pleased to be here in Charlottesville this morning. And flag somewhere on the screen. There it is. So if you will join me in I pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, welcome, and thanks for joining us today. I'm going to start off with asking Mr. Sean Nelson, our Culpeper District Administrator, to come forward and welcome us.
Thank you, Secretary. Members of the board, welcome to Culpeper District. I hope that you all had a pleasant experience traveling into the district either yesterday or this morning. And I also hope that you enjoyed your welcome gift that was actually assembled by some of our partners here in the region. The University of Virginia, Albemarle County, the City of Charlottesville, both Captain Byers and Mr. Yates contributed to ensure that you all had a great welcome gift coming into the district. So again, welcome. So a little bit about the Culpeper District. We're composed of 9 counties, the City of Charlottesville, and 12 towns. Within the district, we've got 3 residencies. We've got the Louisa residency, the Charlottesville residency, and the Warrenton residency. And we're responsible for maintaining and operating over 10,600 lane miles of roadway and over 1,700 structures. Staff within the district, our localities, and the industry all partner together to deliver a safe and efficient transportation system back to the citizens of Virginia, and we take very much pride in that. So I really kind of want to emphasize on that word partner, which is somewhat of the theme interwoven into this event that we've got here today, welcoming into Culpeper District. Later today, you will visit Cedar Mountain Stone to get a tour of a very important industry partner and a facility that helps keep Virginia moving. And also, you will see firsthand the importance of workforce development for our industry. For a rural district such as Culpeper, it's very important for us to try to home grow some of the talent here within the district to make sure they are able to provide back to the Commonwealth. So again, I welcome you to the district, and now I would also like to invite a very special, important partner to also welcome you to the City of Charlottesville. I've got the City of Charlottesville Deputy City Manager, Sam Sanders, and I'd like to welcome him to the podium to say a few words.
Good morning, CTB members and transportation advocates around the state. We just wanted to say thank you for choosing to be in Charlottesville. And we, on behalf of the mayor and the city manager and council, we just extend to you a hearty welcome to Charlottesville. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to also remind you that we do appreciate the word partnership. And as we continue to work on rebooting our portfolio and partnership, as Sean has mentioned, we're very appreciative of the approach that we're able to take when we work collaboratively to try to work and resolve some issues that have been some longstanding, and then to avoid some of the new ones from popping up. And we look forward to being able to do that. Hope you have a great productive meeting over the next couple of days. And again, welcome to Charlottesville.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Did all that, and we're certainly pleased to be here. First item on our regular agenda is the FY 2024 Urban and Arlington and Wright County Street.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Morning, Mr. Dudley. Hope you're well.
Very well, members of the board. How's everybody this morning?
Great, thank you.
So this morning I'm going to provide you an overview, or provide you with our annual overview of the urban street maintenance payments for the counties of Arlington and Henrico and the localities in our urban system. These are the FY 2024 payments. So I'll start off with our urban locality street maintenance payments. Virginia Code requires that VDOT provide street maintenance payments to all cities and towns with populations over 3,500 and other towns specifically identified in code. Each year, these localities are required to submit any additions and deletions of their mileage, eligible mileage, to our division. Those inventory changes are approved by the board during this process. We use those inventory changes along with our new budget to calculate our payments to our localities, and the board approves those payments. As part of the conditions of the payments, VDOT inspects the arterial routes in our urban localities annually to ensure that they are being maintained adequately. Payments are based on moving lane miles during peak travel times and are paid out quarterly to our cities and towns. And the annual budget does grow at the same pace of VDOT's annual maintenance budget. Payment rates are based on two categories, our arterial routes and local and collector streets. So for Arlington and Henrico, those are the only two counties in the state that maintain their local systems. We have a similar maintenance payments program for them. However, payments to Arlington and Henrico are not based on functional classification. They are based on total eligible lane miles maintained by those counties. And there's no arterial street inspection requirement. During this payment process, we also make three other additional payments to our localities. The first are the overweight permit fees. This is the locality share of overweight permit fees which are collected by DMV. They're based on a straight lane mileage calculation with all localities receiving an equal amount per lane mile. Beginning in 2005, the board also has set aside $1 million to assist the city of Chesapeake with the maintenance of their 3 movable bridges. Chesapeake is the only city in the state which maintains movable bridges, and we have studied this in the past and found they are significantly more expensive than fixed bridges, and we are recommending continuing those payments to the city. Finally, we make payments in lieu of taxes to localities where tax-exempt Virginia Port Authority real estate exists. To do this, we provide $1 million, which is provided through the Appropriations Act, and that is distributed proportionately to each locality based on each port's cargo throughput. And those localities are Norfolk, Portsmouth, Newport News, and the odd man out is Warren County, because Warren County has the inland port. Yes, sir. So regarding our payments for this year, our urban budget this year is $510 million, significant increase over last year's budget. Those payment rates translate, or that budget with the inventory changes translates to payment rates of about $28,000 per lane mile for the arterial roads and $16.6 thousand per lane mile for the collector roads and local streets. Overweight permit fee distribution will work out to be about $11 per lane mile. Again, we recommend continuing the $1 million to Chesapeake to address their additional costs associated with the movable bridges. And we do not have the throughput calculations yet for the 4 ports, but that will be $1 million to go to those 4 ports, or those 4 localities collectively based on the throughput. We should have those numbers very soon. Arlington Henrico, our budget this year is $86,262,546. Again, a significant increase from last year. Those payment rates will significantly increase this year to $23,573 for Arlington and $17,153 per lane mile for Henrico. Again, the overweight permit fee is the same as all other localities. So next month, you will get 2 resolutions from me. One is for the payments along with the inventory changes and the overweight permit fees for the urban inventory, and also the payments for Arlington and Henrico County. And those payments will begin the first quarter of next year. So with that, do I have any questions regarding our payment program?
Secretary. Quick question, Mr. Brown's not here. Why is the Port of Richmond not included in the payments?
Are they Virginia Port?
Yeah, because it wasn't.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that question.
Legislation was that created what the Port of Richmond was part of the port.
Okay, that could be it. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, it's a long time.
And the reality is, same number it's been.
Has been. Great question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Dudley, how was the increase year over year calculated?
So it increases based on the same rate as our HMOF. So the budget increases the same amount. Now, we have to take the inventory changes for the urban localities and factor that into the budget. So the budget will increase a certain amount, then we have to calculate the inventory changes. So the payment rates do not always increase at the same rate as the budget because one may outpace the other. And they've all started with a base rate a number of years ago, so they increase each year.
Same question.
Anyone else?
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is the periodic regulatory review, our regulatory reduction program, Joanne Maxwell. Morning, Ms. Maxwell.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I hope you are well as well. I am back again, and many of you who have been on this board are familiar with the regulatory review process, apparently. There's a slightly regulatory reviews now, and so I'm bringing this to you now. I can't be trusted with a remote.
Can you do that again? You did that.
We wanted to, we're with the regulatory review process because of some new requirements that have been imposed. So bottom line, as you all will recall, in the past, basically the Administrative Process Act requires any entity that promulgates regulations to periodically review those regulations for a variety of factors or considerations. This slide reiterates what in the past has been reviewed pursuant to the periodic review process. Basically things such as whether law, statutory authority has changed or requirements have changed such that the reg needs to be amended, whether there have been complaints, comments from the public, the emphasis on public health, safety and welfare, those types of factors. So nothing has changed about that. However, every time there is a new governor, the governor is required to issue an executive order describing how the administration is going to deal with regulations. And in keeping with the law, Governor Youngkin issued Executive Order 19 back in June of 2022. As part of his executive order, he established a new office of regulatory management, which, among other things, was tasked with the job of working with each regulatory agency to review all existing regulations and to really focus on reducing the overall regulatory burden on the public. So that's what's new, and it's part of the process that we're now going through, and one of the reasons we're going to change this process. The new ORM procedures basically address two key issues. First, they involve or included a new economic analysis requirement that basically is comprised of a cost-benefit analysis, as well as consideration of the impacts of regulation on local government, as well as impacts on family and small businesses. That's one aspect that is new and being emphasized. The other is they are focusing very heavily on the regulatory requirements that are embedded in regulations, literally the count of regulatory requirements. And that, as you will see, becomes important when we start looking at the reduction requirements. And finally, as in keeping with prior years, the Department of Planning and Budget is required to report to the General Assembly those agencies that are basically adhering to the periodic review requirements. So a little more about what basically ORM has issued guidance as a result of Executive Order 19, and they're requiring each agency, and the Commonwealth Transportation Board qualifies as an agency per this mandate. They're requiring each agency to reduce their discretionary regulatory burden on the public by 25%. There are various ways that an agency can reduce a regulatory requirement. One way is simply by eliminating it, and eliminating the number of requirements that are imposed by regulation. Another way is to streamline or reduce the impact of a requirement. A great example that they give is, for instance, when there are continuing ed requirements for certain entities, if you can reduce the number of CLEs or credits that you have to get in a year, or perhaps if you impose fees, can you reduce the fees? So there are various ways to address or reduction in regulatory requirements. Since these are regulations, in order for an entity to reduce a regulatory requirement, you have to go through the regulatory process. That's necessary in order for the change to be effective. Just very generally, the regulatory process entails 3 steps. The first involves a notice of intended regulatory action, which we also call NORA. What's involved in that is just simply a notice is posted by the entity indicating that we are going to undergo a regulatory action. You don't have to necessarily know every detail of that action, but you do know that these regulations need to be subjected to a regulatory process. That basically you file the form that indicates to the public that the regulatory action is going to take place. The administration, it goes through several reviews at the administrative level, that's executive branch, and then finally it's posted for 30 days for public comment. That process, or that period or phase, is followed by a proposed stage where the actual amendments to the regulation are posted. So the public entity, the agency, has taken into consideration the comments that it got during the NORA phase, and will actually draft the amendments to the regulations, and they show up as track changes to the regulation. That proposed document is then posted. First it goes through another executive branch review, and then it's posted for 60 days for public comment. And then finally, there's the final stage where the agency just takes into account any comments it's gotten on the proposed stage and the proposed reg. If there are amendments or changes that are warranted, those then undergo executive review, the regulations posted in another 30 days and becomes final. So it's quite an extensive process, and it's extended. It can take up to a year or more in order to accomplish these phases. But that's what's going to be necessary if this entity at the end of the day wants to achieve some of the regulatory reductions that are being sought. This year, we have, VDOT has, as part of the periodic regulatory review, identified 5 regulations that are due for a review. Again, a review is required every 4 years. We've been looking at the regulations and the sets of regulations, and the 5 that are to be reviewed include the land use permit regulation, which is one of the largest and most significant regulations that this body issues. The vegetation control regulations, change in limited access control regs, the guidelines for considering requests for restricting through trucks, and then finally the rules and regs on tolling and highways and bridge facilities. Quick note about periodic reviews. A periodic review can be accomplished one of 2 ways. You can file a notice that the agency or entity files a notice that they're conducting a periodic review. The public is given an opportunity for up to 30 days, 20 to 30 days, to basically comment. If they have thoughts about how the regulation should be changed, et cetera, or whether it should remain the same, they can make those types of comments. Then the agency proceeds to, it has to, within 120 days, decide what it wants to do with that reg. The options are retain it as is, amend it, or in some cases, as this body has done, repeal it. So that's one way that you can undergo, a regulation can undergo regulatory review. Another way is just if the agency knows, the body knows that the regulation requires some change, you can go ahead and file a notice of intended regulatory action. And that actually helps to expedite the process. The public is still going to have opportunity to comment. They're going to have opportunity during the NORA phase as well as the proposed stage and the final stage. In undergoing or beginning the initial stages of the periodic review, in this case, VDOT has identified two regulations, two sets that we really do believe, no question, are going to require some amendments. Those are the land use permit regulations and the vegetation control regs. So what we're doing at this point, and this is why we're here a little bit early, is we're going to be seeking CTB's approval to go ahead and file a NORA on those two regs. So if this board approves VDOT to go forward, what we plan to do is we will next month or in the next month or two come back to you with an action or seeking your action to approve filing of the NORA. You will actually see the document that will be filed as part of the process. And it's going to be very general. Again, the idea is we're just going to be describing the kinds of issues that we will be looking at, that the board will be looking at. And if you approve that, then we will go ahead and file the NORA. The public will have 30 days to comment, and then in the meantime, we will start working on the proposed regulations. That will apply to the land use permit regulations and the vegetation control regs. At this point, for the other three sets of regs, limited access, through trucks, and the toll regulations, staff has looked at those, and we're not seeing at this point any changes that would be warranted. So more than likely, unless we see something in the next couple of months, we'll come back to you in September, October, and just go through the normal periodic review process for those. We'll give you a presentation, explain why we are recommending whatever action, and then the next month we'll ask the board to take action on those regs. But then in the meantime, we'll be working on the regulations for the land use permit regulations and the vegetation control, and our expectation is that sometime late fall of next year, we'll be coming back to the board with the actual regulations themselves for the proposed phase, and then we will proceed from there. And that is why I'm here a little early, and hopefully that makes sense. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. Mr. Kasperitz.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ms. Maxwell, you mentioned that on the regulation for through trucks, that staff had looked at that and have, I guess, no recommendation on changes. Is there an input process from local jurisdictions that informs that decision on their part, or is that just a decision made internally without any external input?
I believe there is external input. I believe the localities involved, and I can get you a copy of the reg.
That'd be helpful.
And that, certainly, that will help inform your decisions or your thoughts as we approach the fall. But there is involvement, I believe, in the locality as well. And there are several criteria that are set out in that regulation, but I'm happy to make that available to you.
Yeah, I find that regulation in particular one that I interact with some of our local jurisdictions on fairly regularly. And I'd be, I think getting that type of input from the localities would be important. So I would like to look at that. Thank you.
And I'll be happy to make that available. And all of the regulations are posted online as well. They're public access. They're posted officially online.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, ma'am.
Joanne, so we've spent a considerable amount of time on this over the last couple of years. When you bring these to us, I think just in the listing, it would be useful to know whether we amended them in this last 4 years too, just as a point of context, I think, for everybody.
I could tell you right now, actually, the last go-round, we did amend the through truck restrictions, and that was to give basically the district administrators the authority, if a request came through to VDOT in the process, if the request comes through and it clearly did not meet the requirement in the regulation for the through truck restriction, the regulation was amended to allow the district administrator to say, no, we're not going to bring this to the CTB because it doesn't meet the regulatory criteria. The toll regulations, we also updated to address a few issues, technical issues. The vegetation control, we were going to amend to basically make the visibility requirements for businesses, and I'll explain, for businesses versus outdoor advertising signs the same. And by that I mean when that regulation basically controls the size of vegetation that you can cut in order to make an outdoor advertising sign visible, in order to make a business more visible to the traveling public. There was a discrepancy in the regulation between the outdoor advertising sign and the business visibility. The outdoor advertising signs, you could cut a bigger tree. With the businesses, you could only cut a smaller tree. After the tree hit a certain size, you could no longer cut it. We approached that as a fast-track regulation or change, thinking it would not be controversial. However, we got public comment, and it fell out of the non-controversial. So bottom line, we're now coming back to you with that same regulation. We will be looking at that change as well as potentially some others. So that set, I can tell you, but I understand, and we're happy to, in the future, document what happened the last go-round.
Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah, similar
Mr. Merrill.
question. Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. Similar question, Mr. Kasperitz. In terms of local jurisdictions understanding this process, like the through trucks, because I have also been approached by several jurisdictions about through trucks, are they notified, or is it incumbent upon them to be searching the website to see what you're proposing to do?
They are not proactively notified with regard to, are you speaking with regard to a through truck restriction or the regulations?
Well, either one.
I think
So-
they are,
so
they are
are they-
used, I'm
Are
sorry.
you going to be sending out a notice to jurisdictions that you're about to look at this, or are they responsible for monitoring your activities to see what's coming up?
I do not, at this point, no, we don't proactively advise or notice or notify local jurisdictions. I can't say that's something that would not be doable. We could certainly notify an entity such as VACO, VML, if there are regulations that would appear to have a more significant impact on the localities. That would be certainly something we could do. And the yeah, again, the notice, entities that are sophisticated would know to go out to the,
Nora.
such as the NORA would know to go out to the regulatory town hall. That being said, I don't think that necessarily they can subscribe like they can in other situations and receive certain types of notices. But we could certainly take that under advisement, and for those actions that might affect localities, I don't think there would be an issue to notify certain entities.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, it's interesting, obviously, it's important to have a good process and to have notification and input and all those things. But we've just talked for 30 minutes about a regulation to set regulations and to get rid of them. And it could take a whole year. So just sort of step back from that a little bit as we think about this, right? We're working with the regulation to set the regulations, and when we do that, it could take a year to get rid of a regulation. And listen, you gotta have a good process, right? So I agree with all that, but it's interesting picture.
Yeah, Mr. I was not suggesting that you need to do that. I was just curious. So when I have my conversations with
Well,
local
it
jurisdictions-
is a good point, though. I think, at the end of the day, while we don't want to have input from 9 million citizens because we couldn't handle it, we certainly want to have some understanding of what other people are thinking that are dealing with us. And we're all part of the same team here at the end of the day, and we might make a decision somebody disagrees with. But if we're not even thoughtful about it because we didn't even think about it because nobody told us because we didn't tell them, then, shame on us. So, thank you, Joanne.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think we need to think through that a little bit of how we might, and maybe it's just through the district administrators talking to their local folks, just like the assistant city manager from Charlottesville was here this morning, got to be some sort of regular form.
We'll look at,
thank you.
several options. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is item number 3, it's Chapter 425, Recommendations of Stakeholder Advisory Group for the Revision of the Secondary Street Acceptance Requirements. That's a lot of words for an agenda item, Mr. Hoffrichter.
Good morning, Secretary Miller.
Welcome,
and,
how are you?
Doing well.
Thank you for being here.
Unfortunately, a lot of my work deals with titles that are very long and involve a lot of different issues. So
But you know how to use the clicker.
I do.
Fantastic.
My children taught me.
Exactly. Help.
In the 2022 session of the General Assembly, a chapter was passed that required the CTB, well, the chapter required 3 things. Number 1, it added language to section 33.2, 334, and that's the one that requires VDOT and the Commonwealth Transportation Board to create a secondary street acceptance requirements, and it's a process to accept developer streets and county streets into our system. So it added language in that required another look at the connectivity exceptions and how they're taken in. It also directed VDOT to convene a stakeholder advisory group to make recommendations regarding connectivity exceptions and required those SAG recommendations to be presented to the CTB. We established the SAG. It met 5 times between September and February. And it was composed of representatives from the development industry, local governments, environmental advocacy organizations, and VDOT. And some of them are here today. I don't know if you guys want to stand up and just sort of wave or something, but give me the opportunity. Here's a list of the membership of the group. We worked with industry, local governments, VACO, and the Fire Chiefs Association, environmental organizations, and then we had VDOT representatives. Kevin Gregg was the chair of the committee. And before I go on with what the committee recommended, I would like to cover what the secondary street acceptance requirements already includes in terms of connectivity and the exceptions. So the first one is that you have to connect to existing stub outs that abut your development. There's a perfect example of it. The white area is existing, and then the green area is a new development. You have to connect to an existing stub out that abuts your property. There's an exception, and that exception is if that creates an unsafe condition. Because in some cases, some of those roads could be 50 years old, very narrow, not developed for taking consideration pedestrians and things like that, so that there might be issues. You don't want to create unsafe conditions. Second requirement is what we call the multiple connections requirement. And that requires each of your phases to have at least 2 connections to the outside. One of those connections has to be to a publicly maintained roadway, and the other one can be a connection to another publicly maintained roadway or a stub out to provide for future development. The exceptions for that one are if the adjoining property is built out, we don't expect any development to occur, then obviously it doesn't make sense to make a stub out to it because it's not going to get connected. If the adjoining property is zoned for an incompatible use. So in that instance, if it's zoned for something that's going to be a quarry, you're developing a residential subdivision, that doesn't make sense to connect the two. Then finally, if no reasonable connection can be made because of things that are between you and what you'd want to get to. So for instance, if there's a conservation easement, if there's a water feature, steep grades, restricted property like a government facility or limited access roadway or something like that. So those are the exceptions for that one. All right, so maybe my children did not teach me well enough. All right, and then the final connectivity requirement is for phases that are very large. And that is that if you have over 200 dwellings or your site's expected to develop 2,000 trips per day or more, then you need to have an additional connection to the outside for each set of 200 dwellings and 2,000 trips per day. The exceptions for that are the same as the previous ones listed, plus we have a high density factor where, for instance, if it's a situation like Tyson's Corner where you've got, 3 24-story towers on a property, it wouldn't make sense to make you make 16 connections to the outside. That just doesn't make any sense. So there's an exception for that factor. And in 2022, of all the street networks that we took in, 32% of them had to have some sort of connectivity exception. In total, in 2021 and 2022, 53 connectivity exceptions were approved by VDOT staff, and only 2 were denied during that time period. The main reason for approving connectivity exceptions are adjacent built-out area, by far the largest in terms of the numbers granted, excessive grades, conservation easements, and jurisdictional wetlands, because it is difficult to build roadways through that. Now, back to the Stakeholders Advisory Group. Recommended 4 sort of sets of changes to the regulations. One is to clarify the list of exceptions as not being exclusive, but a sample list of factors. Remember when I said easements, grades, things like that? That's possible factors, but there could be other things that could be involved as well. Make that clear that that list was not exclusionary, that it was those things plus other things like them. Recommendation number 2 was to explicitly add utility easements for underground trunk lines to the list of factors. We found over the years that developers obtaining the rights to cross these kind of facilities can be very expensive, and in some cases, very difficult. So we included that as a factor for not making that connection. Recommendation number 3 is, let me step back for a second on recommendation number 3. When you're developing a subdivision, you generally do it in phases. Our process requires you to identify those phases beforehand so that we make sure that as each phase is taken in, it meets the connectivity exceptions and requirements. But, as those of you who are involved in commercial activity know, you might plan for something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's how it's going to turn out. Conditions might change. You might need to adjust your phasing so that different things get taken in at different times. So recommendation number 3 was to allow that if that's happened, we can take in a phase that does not meet the requirements if the next phase that will allow it to meet the requirements is under construction. So it allows it to advance the acceptance of the street sections. And then finally, recommendation number 4 only deals with those larger acceptances where you've got over 2,000 trips per day. And it's a process that will be driven by the locality's desires and adds a vegetation preservation factor and adds a work outside of property that developer can access factor. So in some cases, if you're building a connection to an existing stub out, it could be possible that the grades are such that you would have to work on somebody else's property, and if you can't get the rights to that, then you don't have to make that connection. The next steps for this are CTB's consideration and approval of the recommendations. We're expecting to do that at the June meeting. And we then begin the process of amending the secondary street acceptance requirements. And then after that, CTB's approval when that process is over with, and then final adoption of the recommendations will be brought to the CTB. That's it.
Thank you, Robert. Questions? Well done. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item number 4. It's a smart scale proposed route project cancellation. R-Cut Route 60 and Woodbridge/Old Buckingham in the Richmond District. Ms. Pryor. Good morning, Ms. Pryor.
Nervous about my remote skills now, so hopefully I
Don't mess
do
it up,
this.
Ms. Pryor.
Just by way of reminder, the board's smart scale policy does specify that only the board can cancel a smart scale project that's been selected. The R-Cut at Route 60 in Woolridge, Old Buckingham project was submitted by Chesterfield County in Route 3 of smart scale. The total original project cost was $13.2 million. It was fully funded with Construction District Grant Program funds. The original scope included various components of an intersection improvement, traffic signals, turn lanes, pedestrian accommodations, and restriping. The benefits of the project were primarily associated with safety. sketch of the project. As a snapshot, again, the cost is $13.2 million at submission funded with district grant funds. It scored 7.6 and ranked 13 out of 20 projects in the Richmond district. The current project estimate has increased significantly to $21.8 million, and there are $334,000 in expenditures on the project. So what's happened since the project was selected? There was significant public opposition to the project in response to a citizens information meeting held in April. Chesterfield County subsequently requested that the project be put on hold due to these concerns so that they could determine appropriate next steps. As a result of the project delay, the estimate increased significantly due to inflation and updated unit costs. Chesterfield County has submitted a letter to the department. They concur that the project is not positioned to move forward at this time. VDOT, the district staff, has agreed to work with the county to identify components of a new project at this location to address the issues there and prepare an application for Smart Scale Round 6 or another funding program. So the recommendation to you is to, I'll bring this back as an action item next month, to approve the cancellation. We'll then initiate a study in partnership with the county to identify an alternative scope. And then the county is likely to submit this project for consideration in another funding program. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Stant?
I have one question. Large-scale projects seem to be getting more and more approved, and then subsequent citizen input has turned against that project. It's happened in Norfolk, and it's apparently happened in this one. I just wonder if there's some way, when we're looking at smart scale, to figure out how to handle this. I know we get the decision of the local governing body at the time that the smart scale application is submitted, but it doesn't seem to be any follow-up after that. And I don't know what the fix is. I just see that there is a problem that's being raised.
Kim, can you go back 2 slides, please?
This one or one more?
One more. Okay. Last line on the slide is what bothers me. Right? So we spent $334,000.
Our money or their money?
Citizen money.
Okay, that's good.
It's citizens' money. We spent $334,000, and then we decided we didn't like the project because of citizen input, to your point. And listen, the question is, and this is maybe for some more cogitating on, how do we ensure how do we put pressure on that 334 so that it doesn't continue to occur? And is it a clawback thing? Is it a, like this wasn't Mr. Stant's point. What's been presented, not just about inflation, right? Inflation's killing us on so many projects that we're involved in right now, so I get that piece. And the number went from 13 to 21, so it was a 50% increase or so, a little bit more than that. And I get the problem. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was the citizens didn't like the project and they stopped it. And then all these things happened. And so they put in, we go through the application process, we spent all that time, we're gonna talk about applications later, but we spent all that time and effort, and then we go start spending money. And then they say, well, maybe we don't want this one. And in the meantime, that 334 could have gone to some other project in that district that was wanted. So, and maybe we get some of it back when we redo it, maybe some of that 334 has value to us that we can use again, and it's not totally wasted, but a bunch of it's wasted. So how do we have a system that tries to minimize that? What do we need to do?
In this particular case, we do believe that money was well spent. It does inform the solution or the alternatives that we'll look at going forward. I will say this, to your point, we have recognized that we're getting a lot of cancellations now, And as part of the smart scale review that we're undertaking, we're looking at how to make applications more robust, have more citizen involvement up front, as a way to kind of get a handle on that. So you'll hear more about that from us in the future.
This is not an unsophisticated county here, right? This is a very sophisticated county, right? So they're doing their stuff every day. So, you know, that makes it even a little bit harder, if you will.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, Ms. Hines.
Well, I would just observe, having sat on a local governing board, that one of the challenges, I think, for localities is that they're putting projects in that are going to be funded 5 or 6 years later, generally speaking. And there's a lot of movement in a lot of counties, and a lot of people who don't pay attention until it gets closer. And so it's not unusual, even in a locally funded project that you think is everybody signed off on, but you're coming back 4 years later to have a different set of citizens who've now moved into that subdivision, into those houses, or new businesses who go, wait a minute, what the heck? So, so I think we have to, as we're thinking about this, potential adjustments to kind of get at these issues, I think we also have to be thoughtful about not making it so tight at the beginning that no matter what the localities do, there's going to be an uproar when the time actually comes to start the project. So that's my cautionary tale, having lived that for a number of years.
Dr. Smoot.
Secretary, what is the current expectation or requirement that when local governments request a smart scale project, it is funded, and then they decide not to go forward with it later, what is the payback expectation, if any?
I touched on that, Ms. Pryor. The answer would be?
It depends. The board can require payback of those funds. Often it depends on what those expenditures are related to. If it's mainly VDOT oversight costs before the project has started, we typically don't ask for that to be repaid. In this case, we believe this work will inform what needs to happen going forward, and so it's not really wasted money. But the bottom line is this board can require payback if you so choose.
And I think, Dr. Smoot, what we're dancing around the edges of is when would that be appropriate and when would it not? To Ms. Hines's point, I know things change, right? But the people, and it's not just in Chesterfield or in Fairfax or in wherever. It's everywhere. But, you know, the people in Buchanan County, let's assume it was all wasted, and I'm glad that it was not. Somebody could have used that money for something good. And we didn't use, and if it was all wasted, we didn't use it for something good, we wasted it. And so we got to find a way to not do that, is all I'm saying, and while still recognizing that things change. And what bothers me about it is more about, it wasn't something we started digging in the ground and found something we didn't understand. It wasn't, you know, the world turned upside down and prices went bananas only. It was our citizens decided that we made a bad idea and we don't want to do that anymore. Well, why does the rest of us, excuse me, why would the rest of us need to pay for that? And, you know, in this case, I'm glad that it will inform us going forward. And I don't think we need to stand on our head here, but I think we just need to keep an eye on it. That's point, and if it continues, then we need to think a little bit more a little harder about it. Ms. Sellers and Ms. Cuthbert.
Do we know what the public was concerned about? Is it the R-cut?
It is.
We're seeing that as well. Is it just people don't know what that means?
Yes.
Okay.
And so going forward, we're going to look at a more traditional solution at this location. But yes, we get a lot of pushback on the innovative intersection treatments.
I think it's people don't know what they are. I remember the diverging diamond caused that too.
Not a roundabouts.
It's not a
Mr. Kasparitz.
I was just going to follow that comment. I think the R-cut is something that's, it's a strange construct to a lot of people living in these neighborhoods, and when it finally comes around to their understanding of how it's going to change their driving patterns, you get a lot of pushback. I think Mr. Smoot had a similar situation. So perhaps on projects that are differentiated, we used to have this with roundabouts as well, where people would get fairly exercised over the changes. The R-cuts might require a different level of public interaction throughout that period to keep the public informed.
So
Mr.
I think we just need to keep an eye on it and make sure we're following it. If it starts to get, we start to see more of this, and we're going to need to do something.
Mr. Secretary, I'll just tell a funny story, if I may. They did a diverging diamond in my hometown. My father is 85. He drives my mother to all of her appointments. And so there was a lot of consternation. What they did for people like my dad was they went to the local high school and they laid the diverging diamond out in the gymnasium. And they had people walk it before they had the public hearing so that people could understand what their movements would be. And my father said it was very effective strategy to sort of give people a chance to experience it in their bodies. So,
Good way to communicate.
yeah.
All right, anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is item number 5, transportation safety performance and the 2024 safety measure targets. Margie Ray.
Good morning, Mr.
Hello, Ms.
Secretary,
Ray.
members of the
How
board.
are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Kind of like, we're looking always for those other things out there for transportation. We were watching how quickly the speed limit changed on the app in the car, like seconds after you change a speed limit on the road.
Yep.
The app updates. It's like, yeah, that's great. Okay, sidetracking there. Yes, good morning. Talking about safety
We're talking about
performance
safety,
targets.
Ms. Ray.
We are talking about safety. And we were watching our speed, so we were being very cautious about that.
Just as long as you were not driving and looking at your cell phone, Ms. Ray.
I was not, and it was on the monitor on the car, but I was the passenger. But thank you for watching out for my safety, too. So this is an annual presentation of our safety performance measures and targets that we're required to do. And so this morning, I'm going to talk and give you a little background and reminders of why we have to do the target setting and what we've been doing in the past. We do have some new federal requirements that we have to address. Here's our proposal this year for how we want to set the targets, kind of looking at our performance of those targets, or where we are with safety. And then last year, you also took action on setting some aspirational safety targets, so we'll give you a little more information there as well. So one thing, though, that I wanted to kind of kick off with is that we've been at this target setting now for quite some time, started back in 2017. And FHWA, or really it was the Transportation Research Board, went out and did a study kind of looking at how all the states are setting their targets and kind of came up with this target setting philosophy framework. They bucketed things as conservative, realistic and predictive, or aspirational. I think you guys are well aware that Virginia has chosen very much this realistic and predictive approach using models. Last year, you all looked at aspirational approach of setting some goals that was based off of a policy with our strategic highway safety plan. So I think it's just really interesting to see that we've got this whole philosophy now and how we're setting our targets. It really influences what we do and where we go. I think the other key part of this, in the way that Virginia has tackled this problem, is that when we look at that realistic predictive approach, we're really looking at the data behind the numbers. We're looking at the solutions to that, and I really think that's really helped the dialogue and helping to reassess and change our investment strategies to achieve better outcomes. So I think it's just been really spot on to help us move that forward. So why do we have to do this? Well, first of all, the Code of Virginia says you, as a board, need to establish performance targets for the surface transportation network. But then federal law says we have 5 safety performance measures that we have to set targets for. It has to be done on an annual basis. And then 3 of the 5 measures, we have to work with the Highway Safety Office out of DMV to establish and agree to those targets. And we come to you around this time every year because of the timing of when reporting is required. DMV has to submit their report by June 30th, and then VDOT has to report by the end of August. So it kind of sets our time frame. So these are the 5 measures that we're responsible for. The fatalities, number of fatalities, serious injuries, and the rate of fatalities are the three measures that we share with DMV and have to agree to those targets. And then we have the rate of serious injuries. And then the last one is a combination of kind of our vulnerable road users, where we look at our bicycle and pedestrian fatalities and serious injuries in a combined measure. So where have we been with the target setting? Well, starting back in about 2019, when we set our 2020 targets, we used an analytical model to set up those targets, to predict where our performance would be in that performance year, and we included a lot of external factors in that model. That model then gets updated on an annual basis to help us with the next round of target setting. But a lot of those external factors include our VMT, which has a strong influence, but we also look at demographics, employment trends, weather, liquor sales. We also look at how we're spending some of our other funding besides some of the construction funding. So our maintenance and operations spending clearly have a positive influence on our safety outcomes, as does DMV's behavioral spending programs. But combining, when we do our models analysis, it only includes data up through the most recent year, so 2022. But we're setting targets for 2024. So we have projects that are underway and that will be completed within that gap period. So what we do is we look at the Smart Scale and Highway Safety Improvement Program funded projects. They're either just recently completed or soon to be completed, and we estimate the benefits that those projects will provide, subtract it from those baseline conditions that the model predicted, and that's how we come up with our proposed targets. So very high level, quick approach to how we've been setting our targets now for several years. But we have this new requirement that came out through the bipartisan infrastructure law that says that for 2024, we have to set targets that show that they're either level or improved performance. So we can't have anything that's showing worsening conditions for our safety measures. And it applies to those three measures that we share with DMV. So when we looked at how we would manage that new federal requirement, we ran through the model projections. We did do a kind of a high and a low range. And you can see in the table here, we have the actual values from 2022 in the leftmost column there. And then the right two are the low projections and the high projections using the models. So the first three rows are direct out of the model projections or predictions. And then the last two rows with the rates then are applying the VMT to those count measures. What we can see when we look at that low range prediction is that the numbers are pretty close to where we were in 2022 performance. So I think that's a good thing. I think that's showing us that we're starting maybe to level out a bit with some of our trends. However, if you used the low range or the high range, it does kind of conflict with that new federal requirement of not showing level or improved performance. So what we're recommending as our proposed approach to setting our targets this year, or for 2024, is that we would set our fatality, serious injury, and non-motorized count measures level with the 2022 performance. So what we observed in 2022 becomes kind of this level for us for moving forward, and then calculating the rate measures from those static or level 2022 numbers. So we have a predicted VMT growth that we'll use to calculate that rate. So that's the proposed approach. So then when we look at that relative to our performance, we can see our performance trends here for the count measures, so our fatalities, serious injuries, and our bicycle and pedestrian serious injuries and fatalities. And the symbols there with the 1,005, 765, 7137 would be the level numbers from 2022 performance and what we would propose for the targets for 2024. And we can see the same thing here with the rates. When we use the level count values to apply to our fatalities and serious injuries, and then with a projected growth of 1.3% vehicle miles traveled per year from 2022 to 2024, we actually get declining or improving rates for these two measures. So that also meets the federal requirement. Are there any questions then on the federal target setting approach?
Merrill.
Do you have a breakdown of the non-motorized between fatalities and serious injuries? 'Cause that's a pretty big number, but I was curious what portion of those numbers are fatalities.
I don't have that. We could easily provide that. I don't have those numbers off the top
Could
of
you
my
go
head.
back to slide 5, please?
Yes, sir.
So, if you think about this is part of the problem that we're facing, and I don't think we do it very well yet. To your point, Mr. Merrill, the last bullet there with bicyclists and pedestrians, and as you think about more and more money that we put into, or that is a share of our smart scale, that goes to projects that are both improving that and sort of advocating for that, if you will. And so as we encourage people and we put money into projects that put more bikes and more pedestrians on the street, you're going to expect more things to happen, right? The more people that are there, the more things that are going to tend to happen, unless you bend the curve somehow, right? And so the question becomes, how do we do that? And I don't think we figured out sort of a standard vision that is almost, we won't deviate from in some respects, that deals with bicyclists and bike lanes and how you mix those two with cars and pedestrians, and do you use the sidewalks or don't you? And what rules do you follow? And until we really get good at that, and we need to, and we put more people on the street and encourage more people to be on the street on bicycles and walking, we're going to have more problems. You know, we're just sort of creating our own situation, and we got to figure out how to manage that so that everybody is safe. We just don't do that in a systemic way, I don't believe.
And we
There's
did
so many
have,
places you got a bike lane that's, you sort of look at it and go like, wow, anything happens, 6 inches this way, 6 inches that way, and somebody's in trouble. And so those things are, you know, we got to figure our way through that somehow.
Secretary?
Afterwards.
I guess I'd like to add a couple of statistics to your comments. And since 2017, when we started this, I felt like this is kind of a trip to Las Vegas for me. And trying to divine what these numbers should be is a non-scientific project or prospect from my perspective. But I looked at some information I've gathered. In 2015, we had 15 bicycle fatalities. With significant additions to capacity in 2022, we had 11. So that number actually went down. The place that we have the largest increase really is in pedestrian fatalities, 78 in 2015, 171, a shocking number for all of us. We should actually take extraordinary note of that in 2022. During that time, actually to my surprise, VMT has stayed generally fairly stable. VMT in 2015 was 226 million miles. In 2021, we don't have 2022 reporting yet, it was 224. So we have an anomaly here. It's 2.2 times the number of pedestrian deaths that have occurred in 2022 versus 2015, and VMT has stayed generally within a relatively confined range. Whatever we're doing isn't working, and I think we have to acknowledge that. And for us to sit here and continue to make these attempts at predicting the fatalities in the Commonwealth seems like a exercise in futility from my perspective, especially given that we don't have information on things like enforcement. So Margie, you and I have talked about this.
We do have information on enforcement. There's not enough.
Well,
right?
I think that, you know, if we look back at potential causation on this and what would create this great differential over this time period, two factors really come to the top of the list. One is the excess speed that we have in over 40% of our traffic accidents and fatalities. The second is the dramatic increase in distracted driving. And I think as we look at pedestrian fatalities in particular, it's in my view, high potential for causation in this extraordinary increase. So This is, a process we go through every year. I'm not sure where we stop this process and say we need to step back and take a look at all the factors associated with our failure to be able to accurately predict this and what's causing this I'm going to call it carnage associated in the pedestrian component of this, and consider what actions we can take as a board. I'm not sure where we have this discussion or what actions we can take, but I think given the dramatic increases in these statistics, I think it's incumbent upon this board to take some action. And I've got some recommendations on that, but I think to just make this a matter of course of making a new prediction on the number of people that will die on our roadways is an inadequate response for this board.
Mr. Kaspertz, I don't think, one, we're not going to stop the process because we're required.
I'm not suggesting that, sir.
Let me finish. I thought you did suggest it. You said, when are we going to stop doing that? And the answer is we're not going to stop doing that because it's required to be done. I've said the same thing, and in every meeting that I've been in on the 6-year plan meeting, I've said similar comments, but of course you weren't in a lot of those meetings because they were all over the place. And so I feel exactly the same way in terms of we got to find a way to bend the curve, and there's no question in my mind as we incent and build more facilities for bikers and pedestrians in the same space where automobiles are, we're going to continue to have more problems until we figure out how to keep each of them safe. And I don't think we've done that, and I don't think we've got a standard template for that. So I agree with you. At the end of the day, Margie will continue to do this. And as you know from my previous comments as a board members, we had the goal. The first term we used was goal. That was our goal. And that goes some years back, and we just couldn't stomach that. And you remember those conversations.
I do.
And, now we have targets, and we don't like that. It's forecast. I'd rather,
You got a target to kill that many people.
well, I mean, that's what's the number we're trying to hit? What's the number we're trying to use or the judge? That's at the end of the day what this is about. And it's just, and I've said it a million times. My staff is tired of hearing it because they've had to travel around with me. But if we had 3 fully loaded 787s crash into the ground in Virginia every year and kill 1,000 people, because there was 333 on each one, we would be at battle stations doing something, right? And yet it happens year in, year out. 1,000 people get killed. And so how do we bend that curve? And listen, it's not a Virginia problem. It's a national problem. We're on the same glide path as everybody else. But I think to your point, Mr. Kaspertz, I think we need to focus on a few things. And one is this interaction, which is going to be a growing problem between these different modes. And we also have to focus on the distracted driving piece of this and driver behavior. I don't think we can spend enough money to engineer our way out of this. I don't think that's the problem. And I'm sure there are cases where engineering is a problem, or maintenance is a problem, or something that happens that's infrastructure related. But I think, and we're doing some deep diving to your point, so that's one thing that we're doing. We're trying to do some root cause analysis to really understand why this is occurring and then to attack the behavior. And I don't think we've done that very well, and I've tasked the commissioner and the commissioner of VDOT and the commissioner of the DMV to bring something together that's meaningful, that will try to get it, large sellers, try to get a driver behavior and get them to understand. We just restarted the ticket or click it campaign, and that's fine and it's very important, right? A lot of people that die don't have their seatbelts on. It's very important, but there's a lot of other things that we need to focus on in terms of behavior. I'm in 100% agreement with you, and I think it's only going to get worse until we figure it out. So we're working on it. We've got both commissioners that are working on that piece, and as well as the root cause analysis piece. And so I think it's important. I agree with you, and we're going to keep beating on it until we get some results.
Mr. Secretary?
Fine.
So I've been thinking about this a lot for my colleagues. 30% of the deaths and serious injuries in my district are bike and ped. So this is a very serious concern in Northern Virginia. And, you know, I was thinking about when we made the decision on the highway safety improvement program that we were going to do a bunch of systemic improvements. We're going to take some key actions that we thought would really help change the game, right? And I don't know if we have a similar suite of key actions that we should be. I mean, we had a great presentation in Nova recently about all of the money that we're going to be able to deploy for crosswalks, for instance, and for adding signals. So there, but we're not, that's not being coupled in the same way that I think we need to in this space of cars and bikes and people. So I guess I would say, from my perspective, we would volunteer our district to be a test bed for both messaging super good strategies that could be deployed to help with this, because it's just 30% is just, it's stunning in my district, and I really feel like we need to, like, it's all hands on deck kind of situation. So I just offer that and appreciate what is being done. So I don't want to say that we're not doing anything, because we are. We're getting ready to spend about $40 million over 5 years. That's not insignificant. But we have thousands of intersections, thousands.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Kaspers.
Yeah, to follow Ms. Hines' comments, we do have a systemic safety program for our roadways generally, which I guess has been very successful. It'd be interesting to come up with a program for on bike trails and pedestrian walkways in Northern Virginia. I've come across National Park Service work where they have done some fairly simple things on the systemic side, including doubling the width of their painted crosswalks. Very simple and inexpensive approach, but it's had, in their view, a dramatic impact on driver visibility of actually seeing the crosswalk. They've coupled that with a very inexpensive, less than $10,000 installation of flashing lights that are activated by the motion of either a pedestrian or a bicyclist approaching that sign. They don't have statistics on the effectiveness of these devices and procedures yet, but they're very encouraged that these low-cost systemic improvements that are applied broadly on the Parkway in Virginia, or will be in coming months, are things that are going to start to dramatically reduce the incidence of accidents with both bikes and peds. So to Mary's point, our very engaged program of systemic improvements is yielding benefits on our highways, we hope. I think a similar program for bike ped may be productive as well, and the cost to do these things is generally very low. Each one of those intersection improvements is less than $10,000 with the expanded striping and the 2 flashing light units. So just opportunities that we have to start to deploy this more broadly that I'd like to see us study and consider.
All right, Margie. Yes, Ms. Sant.
I spent a lot of time in Northern Virginia and watching the bikes, particularly the bikes, who fail to recognize that if they get hit by a car, they will get hurt, right? And bikes, you know, just from witnessing it, pedestrians and bicyclists, I think there needs to be some sort of campaign to remind them that they need to be looking for vehicles as well. We spend a lot of time talking about what we're gonna do at intersections to make drivers more aware, but what about those folks? And you see on the bike paths and the shared use paths where bicyclists are, in some cases, quite rude and will go around walkers, go around people running, and bicyclists can be a big problem. And so I hope that as we're doing this, we also recognize that there's some fault on these pedestrians and bicyclists as well, and it's not just the drivers. That we do need to do a campaign to say, hey, you gotta stop too, right? The other thing that I'd be interested in is seeing the alcohol sales is what are our recidivism rates? And is this something that we need to start working with, not just law enforcement, but the judicial side, and start talking to judges about when you let people off and you don't take their driver's license away, right? Because you feel bad, they can't get to work. When you have somebody who's had 3, 4 DUIs and serious DUIs, you know, at the very high alcohol levels, which we see, the dangers that you're putting people in, because judges, they can be very compassionate and release people, but do we need to start talking about what these recidivism rates look like and how we get some of these folks off the road?
Right.
So I brought Mark Cole, the Traffic Operations Division Administrator and responsible for the safety programs. One is his team that is doing all of this work and dealing with all the data and the models and things like that. But also just, there was a lot of talk about actions to take for bicycle and pedestrian. And I think that there is a significant effort underway right now to do that and start rolling some things out. And so, Mark, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. As you're aware, we are still working our systemic safety investment plan. Part of that effort does include pedestrian crossings and improvements on corridors that we've identified as high-risk pedestrian corridors. So we are really focused on trying to get those improvements in as quickly as we can, and hopefully we'll get good benefits from that work as well. But I appreciate the discussion today.
And just one last thing which started this whole conversation is that Mark and Angelisa Jennings from DMV gave a presentation back in March that I think went into some of the numbers, so there is some information out there, but we certainly can provide the details of it. But I think as it was clear through the conversations, the pedestrian fatalities are what have kind of really jumped.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir, Mr. Merrill.
are there opportunities for us to do what I call small tests of change, being data-driven? I mean, these aggregate numbers are concerning, but it would be interesting to know how many pedestrians are in cities versus rural areas. How many are right turn lane, automated speed traps? I'm not saying make it statewide, but implement certain changes, see if it makes a behavior pattern change or an
Root cause analysis.
Right.
That's what we're trying to do. We've got heat maps of it. It's interesting if you look at where the heat maps show it occurs. 95 corridors big. The interstate corridors are big for fatalities, but they're also out in sort of, in the middle of nowhere. You can sort of see the single car going off the road kind of thing. So we're diving into it and trying to make some sense of how we can attack it.
And for a compliment for VDOT, in our area, we have a lot of accidents where people go to the right off the road and overcorrect. And putting in these rumble strips has been helpful to alert them that they are at risk of going over it, and then they overcorrect, and next thing you know, you have a fatality. So compliments to you and your team for doing that.
And I think, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole deeper, but I think Ms. Seller's point is well taken. I mean, it's, I use an illustration that's not accurate, but it illustrates it well. The guy that's drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning crossing a busy street in dark clothes. What do you do with that? How do you fix that? I don't think that's something we can fix. I think that's a societal, behavioral issue. We're not going to fix it with a safety enhancement, and when you get into the bikes and the peds, I think it depends on where you are. I think bicyclists somewhere are more sophisticated and it's more accepted and they do things differently. I can tell you in my neighborhood, they don't follow the rules. Stop signs aren't meant for them, and so when something happens, whose fault is that? I mean, you can't have it both ways. If you want to be part of the road, you got to follow the rules. And if you don't follow the rules, I don't know why you're sticking your finger at somebody else. Follow the rules. I mean, you see it all the time. But anyway, we've got some work to do, and we're going to try to figure out how we can try to bend that curve, Mr. Kasperitz. We're all
Thank
in
you.
on that.
Mr. Secretary, question for Mark Coles.
Sure.
I happened to, I guess, stumble into the improvements that the Park Service has made. Are we doing outreach to the other 49 states and other
Yes.
on best practices, especially as it relates to pedestrians? And
Certainly, we are routinely involved with AASHTO, Federal Highway, other state partners. I have a lot of friends who have similar roles in other states. We're always trying to borrow good ideas from them. And then from us, we share ideas all the time. I was mentioned earlier, this is not just a Virginia issue, it's a national issue. We're trying to make sure at the front of the curve, trying to make a difference. So we certainly do.
Thank you.
Okay, just a few more slides, focusing, and Mr. Caspas, this leads to the kind of the conversation we had last year as well, of not being satisfied with what we were seeing as our predictive modeling wasn't moving in the right direction. So last year, you all took action, and kind of, it was three different components of that. One, you all decided to adopt the federal targets based off the model development approach. And two, you decided that you wanted to set these aspirational goals. We're not moving in the right direction with our modeling's not showing us what we'd like it to see. So what do we need to be doing differently? We really want to be driving these numbers down. So you adopted aspirational goals. Those were based off of the Strategic Highway Safety Plan, which has a goal to reduce the number of fatalities in half by 2045. Fatalities and serious injuries. And that equates to a 2% reduction each year. So that is what you all also established last year. And then the third action of that was, again, what we're doing isn't enough. Reassess our investment strategies, and last September, Mark Cole and some others came back to you from DMV as well, reassessing the current investment strategies, making some new suggestions, and you all adapted a revised safety improvement strategies last September. So that's what's in play right now. There was a lot of acceleration of a lot of the systemic treatments. There was some more funding that was put up for localities so that they could implement some of the systemic treatments where they're maintaining their own roads. There were several other actions. DMV was spending some of their money on some of the behaviors that we were really observing in the data. So again, that was something that was done last year. It gets refreshed on an annual basis, and I'm sure Mark will report back to you in the not too distant future on that. So if we're looking still at these aspirational goals and still looking at this linear reduction at 2% per year, we look at these numbers for 2024 as far as what the number of fatalities, serious injuries, and the bicycle pedestrian numbers would be in moving downward and trying to strive for that. And then applying the same growth rate of VMT that we had in the federal measures or federal target setting approach, we are still seeing this downward trend using a 1.3% per year from 2022 to 2024. So assuming that you all want to continue with that approach of setting the targets using this year using that level approach, and then setting these proposed aspirational goals, these are the numbers. And next month, I would be back before you with a resolution to adopt these targets and goals. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Please keep it at 10 minutes, and we'll come back here at 10:02, 10:03, and get started again.
Sounds circular.
Test.
Bear call.
Can I ask y'all to get your seats, please? All right, the next item on the agenda, item number 6, Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund. Mr. Lawson.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I have a very brief presentation for you this morning on a program you don't hear a lot about. The Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund was created in 2005 and for the purpose of providing the governor an opportunity to provide grants and loans to entities to support economic development, the transportation aspects of economic development projects. The CTB's role in this program is defining the guidelines by which the applications from the localities are submitted. As noted, the program is, in terms of its size, is relatively small. It's limited to grants of up to $5 million, and it can be used for revolving loans up to $30 million. As part of the guidelines that were provided for the program originally, and have been updated as recently as 2018, there is a semi-annual reporting requirement whereby the governor has to report, or the secretary reports on behalf of the governor to the House and Senate on the activity of the program. The program is managed by the department. It is chaired. It is kind of a TPOP advisory panel has been put in place. I chair that panel as the deputy secretary, and it includes the chief financial officer from VDOT. If it's related to one of the other modal agencies, it includes a member, an executive officer from that modal agency. It includes a deputy secretary of Commerce and Trade, a representative from the Department of Planning and Budget, to evaluate the nature, the benefits of the project, and then that advisory panel makes recommendations to the Secretary of Transportation and the Secretary of Commerce and Trade, who then, if they agree with the recommendation to provide the grant or loan, then the secretaries then advance it to the governor. The reason I'm bringing this back to you today is that there was some changes to the program in this past legislative session. Code section 33.2.1529.1 was amended to expand the role or the purpose of the program. As you all well know, we've talked quite a bit about economic development opportunities and how our existing mechanisms are very restricted in terms of ability just to be able to say, we really believe this is a great opportunity. We need to try to make some improvements in order to support future economic development. And in these cases, it's often prospective. We don't have a company knocking on the door saying we're ready to do something, but we're trying to get the facility prepared so that it would be in such a position to accept a willing tenant. So the program was amended this year to allow the governor to actually provide monies directly to a project. The way it is structured is if the Secretaries of Transportation and Commerce and Trade believe that there's a worthy project that will bring forth some significant economic development potential, either to a project or to a program, then they can make a recommendation to the governor, and the governor can directly provide funding to the program or project. This is in addition to the existing program, doesn't change anything related to the existing program structure. There are some additional requirements kind of related to this, which include some reporting. The General Assembly asked that anytime funds are provided again, these are the governor-directed monies, are provided in excess of $5 million, the secretary has to provide them a report saying this is what we've done. And you see here outlined kind of an overview of the types of information they're looking for related to the project. Many of these things may or may not be known at the time the project is done, depending on the level of development. If the project, if the funding is greater than $35 million, the request has to go before the MEI Commission, the Major Employment and Investment Commission. The commission already exists today. It handles the monies related to VEDP and other governor's grant programs. And the way this has been structured, it is provided to the commission. The commission has 14 days to review the desired direction of funds, and if they must respond within 14 days in order to stop it. If they don't respond at all, then we are able to move forward. If they do stop it, say we don't recommend this recommendation, then in order for the funding to be provided, it would have to go before the full General Assembly for action. So what we are doing today is I'm just making you aware of kind of the brief, kind of the summary changes that have been made to the program. The guidelines, which are in your package, have been updated to incorporate the secondary component use of this program. Also included in your package is the report from last month, or the last semi-annual report. We have included that in your package, and I think probably as a matter of practice, we should start providing you a copy of that twice a year when we produce the report and submit it to the money committees. The program, just very generally, as you can see, it's about $405 million. I won't go back into the long history. You see it here, but most of that, the $305 million, was in 2007 was specifically placed on individual projects per the budget, and we've done about 49, I believe, projects requests. We've entertained about 49 applications over the years for another $100 million. As of the December reporting, that was just shy of $4 million available in the project. I will point out that there was action in the budget that would have transferred $100 million from the Virginia Transportation Infrastructure Bank into this program to make it available for this purpose. And there was also, we spoke earlier about providing $200 million over the last 4 years of the 6-year program to help bolster this program as well. Both of those budget language pieces were not incorporated, so neither of those two actions have taken place, but we want to make sure we've got the program and the guidelines in place so that once future budget action takes place that gets funding in the program will be ready to move forward as has been planned. So next month, as I mentioned, we'll bring forth to you a resolution to adopt the changes to the guidelines to support the amended program. Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Any questions?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Dr. Smoot.
John checked me on this. From reading through this, it appears to me that $400 and some million have been placed in this fund since it originated. In round numbers, how much is still in the fund?
The balance in the fund is just shy of $4 million.
That's all that's left?
That's all that's been.
Okay. And realizing that there are various sources of revenue for this fund, what do we anticipate will be in the fund
John?
Next year?
Dr. Smoot, current funding is the last hash mark down there, which provides this 1/3 interest, dividends, and appreciation to the TTF, and which has not been robust in the last quarter particularly. And so it's not a big revenue stream, and you can see where they have put in chunks of money along the way And so the answer is, we don't know yet. You know, it depends on what happens in the next budget or in the upcoming budget, if you will, and what we anticipate. And I think what is certainly possible is that we'll get the VTIB money moved over. That's not a new appropriation. We're just moving it from one program to another because it's not being utilized. And then we would get those out-year dollar increments. That over that 6-year time period, then we would have had $300 million. That was the intent, but the legislature hasn't agreed to do that yet. So we're setting it all up, getting it ready to go. Everybody's sort of on board with the concept, and now we're waiting on some budget. So that's where we'd anticipate we'd be if the Assembly funds it, allows us to do it.
And there's been some discussion yet to be resolved, I think, that, what is it, $100, $200 million initially was coming out of transportation funds, and I think maybe it moved over to the general fund. That's still pending before the legislature to be resolved. Is that correct or not?
I don't think it's a general fund expectation, no, sir.
So it would come from the transportation fund,
Yes, sir.
which in essence is a rate on smart scale?
I wouldn't call it a raid, no.
Yeah, I have some questions about that, but anyway.
You know, I think the thing that we grapple with, Dr. Smoot, and this is perpetual, is to have an ability to do things that make a ton of sense for the Commonwealth, but there's not a mechanism in smart scale to do it quickly enough and or to recognize the value of something that's going to happen tomorrow that hadn't happened today. So that's one thing we've really struggled with. How do we do that? When company XYZ comes to town and says, listen, I'm willing to do all this stuff. I'm going to bring you all these jobs. We're ready to go rock and roll. But we're going to create a big mess in this intersection when we do this. And we need to get it resolved. And we say, yeah, we can work on that. And we can put it in the smart scale process. And it won't score so well until it really gets messed up and gets really congested. And then it'll score well. And, you know, maybe 7, 8 years from now, we'll be able to get it done. And they sort of look at you like you've lost your mind. And so that's the problem that we face every day. And what we're trying to do is just trying to have a mechanism where it's obvious return, it's a huge win. How do we go get it? And so I frankly believe that they're good projects to begin with, and they would score well if the scoring looked appropriately at them. Number one. And number two is the sooner we do those things, the more money that is in smart scale, because the tax dollars that flow off that all flow back into that mechanism. And what we're trying to do is grow the economy so that all those funds have more money in them so that we can support that growth. So this is a mechanism. I don't see it as, I understand your concern, but we can not do it and keep doing it the way we're doing it and continue to lose opportunity, or we can find a way to capture that for the benefit of the citizens, and that's the.
Or it might be funded somewhere else.
Of course. Of course.
Because it does take away from smart scale. We need to realize that.
Everything we do takes away from smart scale at the end of the day, because smart scales last. You know, everything we do. And what's left gets into smart scale. I mean, that's exactly right. The more maintenance we do, smart scale. The more everything we do, where it ends up. So the question is, we looked at our smart scale project base. Would it make sense? Would a rational person say, yeah, we should take this thing and just go do it, right? And sort of do it outside the process because it's obvious, the return. And if you don't do it, then you don't get it at all. Zero-sum game. So that's the game we're playing, I think. And, you know, this isn't a this administration thing. This is gonna be anybody. And the truth is, the money will be there later. We'll be gone and somebody else will be using that money, but it's just the right thing to do.
Chairman, I don't know if I think it would take away from Smart Scale. I think because the way you do, like the Stafford project with DHL, there were proffer money on the table from the developer, and this allows you to almost double that money and get the project going, where Smart Scale doesn't really have a mechanism to capture that private investment in the same way as a program like this does. And so, to me, it's, I mean, yes, it takes away from the transportation fund, but it
brings more value than it takes, is what
Right.
what the point.
And we have to remember that, I mean, it is only funding transportation projects. It's not funding other things.
Yeah,
Yes, and I would agree that Smart Scale is not nimble, and probably shouldn't be. It tends to be stationary looking or backward looking rather than forward looking. But I also believe that the use of designated funding, if it is being funded out of the same source, is indeed taking away from funds that could have been allocated through Smart Scale. So I support the need for having this. I'm just disappointed if it is not funded from a source that would not weaken Smart Scale.
I think the General Assembly will make that decision.
Yeah, appropriately so.
And hey, I wouldn't be against some other funding mechanisms.
All money's green.
Just to be clear. But even if we can't get there, right, it's just a better use of our money to get a better return.
Yeah.
And it's a zero-sum game, because if you don't do it, it's gone, and then you never get that one back.
And the Commonwealth does need to play in this space if it's going to grow the economy.
I can't tell you how many times we've heard, "We love you, but you're not ready."
Yeah.
I got to go where, you know, people in this world, they're not waiting around. I mean, things are changing so fast that if you're not ready, they're gone. And I see it in the port every day and other places. So we're trying to be ready. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is item number 7, the Smart Scale Round 5 Consensus Scenario. Ms. Pryor, Ms. Jackson.
Mr. Secretary, if I may, I just want to have a couple very quick opening comments.
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, sir. Can't get rid of me. As you know, I want to thank all the members of the board for working with us. You know, we rolled out the staff scenario in January. I know Ms. Pryor and has mentioned like the last board meeting, kind of where we were in terms of a revenue perspective, in terms after looking at the reserves and looking at inflationary cost increases, et cetera, and she'll kind of hit those highlights again today. But I know Ms. Jackson and Ms. Pryor both have met with you to talk about, you know, your views of the staff scenario and kind of changes that you thought would be necessary, and I followed up with all of you. And I just really want to thank you all for your thoughtful consideration as we've worked through this, and I hope you'll find the consensus scenario we're presenting today favorable. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Appreciate that. I add my kudos, and I hope you're speaking to Mr. Dotson and Mr. Brown too, even though they're not here, right? Yes, sir. We'll let Bert know that he's loved. Ms. Pryor.
All right. I'll start with a little bit of background. This should all be familiar territory for you. As you recall, we released the staff recommended scenario for Smart Scale Round 5 in January. We had a total of $1.9 billion available. You recall we withheld a reserve in anticipation of having to cover some inflationary cost increases on existing projects as well as proposed projects. That reserve was $231.6 million, leaving about $1.7 billion available for allocation. And we allocated that to 152 projects based on their rank and score for a total of $1.5 billion. That was just over $1 billion out of the district grant program and I see a little confusion. Is the PowerPoint not coming up?
It's not posted in what we're looking at.
Not posted.
I'll talk slowly, so it'll get posted soon. So again, the staff recommended scenario allocated just over $1 billion in district grant money and about $467 million in high priority, leaving $167 million unallocated.
So at the end of the day, we got about $400 million with the reserve.
So this table walks through the staff recommended scenario. It should be familiar to you all again. It shows the $1.7 billion available for allocation, the projects by value and number that were included in the scenario in steps 1, 2, and 3, then a total, and you can see the remaining $167 million. From my presentation last month on the draft 6-year program, this should also be familiar territory for you. We brought into the pool of funds available $109 million that had been previously deallocated from prior round projects. We covered cost increases on projects to the tune of $152 million. About $53 million of those cost increases were funded from other fund sources outside of SmartScale. We reduced the recommended reserve from round 5 from $231 million down to $100 million. The recommended reserve for round 5 applications, as you recall, was based on a project-specific review of each of the proposed projects. And so that assessment led us to be able to release some of that recommended reserve. There's a little footnote here at the bottom that confession, there was a total, 2 of the column totals were wrong in what we presented last month. Columns G and H have been corrected in this table. Each of the district amounts was correct. Apparently, I'm just not good at math. So nothing was different by district. So this table I walked through also last month with you. It shows the amount remaining after round 5, after the staff scenario of $167 million, the original reserve of $231 million, the amount that was deallocated from prior round projects of $109 million, leaving a total of $507 million available. We covered the cost increases on previous projects for $152 million. We reduced the reserve to $100.8 million, leaving $254 million available for allocation in the consensus scenario. As Mr. Lawson mentioned, the consensus scenario is based on feedback from each of you, and as well as input that we've heard from the spring public meetings that we concluded last week. In total, and Ms. Jackson will go through these in detail by district, we unfunded 5 projects that were previously included in the staff recommended scenario. 1 project that was previously included was funded to a reduced amount because other funds were identified for that project. We fund an additional 11 projects across the state with district grant money. 1 of those projects is also funded to a reduced amount due to the availability of some other funds. In the high priority program, we unfunded 2 previously included projects and added 6 additional projects. And finally, there are 3 projects that are funded with both district grant and high priority projects. And now I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Jackson to go through the district by district changes for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. All right.
Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. Starting off with Bristol, funding 1 additional project in the consensus scenario. It is the Cook Street Extension Project in the town of Abingdon. This is a new alignment project, and it's a 2-lane undivided. It creates a 0.75-mile roadway with a new intersection in Bristol. It is also the highest ranked project in the Bristol district, next in line. In Culpeper, there is a net change of 0, but 1 is unfunded and 1 is funded in the consensus scenario. The project unfunded is US 250 Peter Jefferson Parkway intersection improvements and access management. This is a new intersection with turn lanes, bike and ped, sidewalk and crosswalks. And it will be replaced with this funded project in HPP, the District Avenue Roundabout at Hydraulic Road, which is in the name a roundabout. It's a 2-lane roundabout at Hydraulic and Cedar Hill Road. Fredericksburg is a little bit lengthier. It's a tease that this is only one slide here.
Hum.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
We're a little high maintenance in Fredericksburg.
So unfunding two projects. The first is the Express Commuter Transit Service. This is due to the fact that there's no service going to be provided once you get to the Dahlgren base. So it was a commuter service to the Dahlgren base. So the commuters wouldn't have a place to get to their final destination in there. So logically, that project is coming out of the scenario. And then Route 610 widening, Route 648, and Route 751 and multimodal improvements submitted by Stafford. And it's a widening project of 1.3 miles of lanes. To replace these unfunded, we have in the DGP all roadway projects. The first set are two projects that are R-Cut projects that you see there, AP 9446 and AP 9211. Those are both R-Cut improvements that are safety focused. Actually, all four of these projects are 100% safety score, so they all have a high safety value project that they're replacing and bringing in. The third one is Route 33 westbound median acceleration and eastbound right turn lane at Route 14 in Buena Vista Road in King and Queen County. Lastly, Route 360 Thruway Road and roadway improvements. It's a trench widening project with rumble strips and turn lane improvements. The last project in DGP is Sharps Road roadway improvements with trench widening. It's the same benefit as a higher ranked project, but realigns a skewed intersection, and again is a 100% safety project. Lastly, with a combination of DGP and HPP is bringing in Route 17 and Route 33. This is a new acceleration lane with intersection lighting and adjusting the median. In Hampton Roads, we are unfunding a DGP project. This is Ocean View Avenue bicycle improvements in the city of Norfolk. It's a road diet with 2 travel lanes in each direction, going to 1 travel lane in each direction. Additionally, there were identified inflationary cost increases that are not going to be funded out of DGP. Moving on to the Lynchburg district. This is a net of 0, just a swap of projects from the DGP. The suggestion is to unfund Route 29 business at Amherst Highway. This is an access management project with raised medians and also 2 mid-block pedestrian crossings. This will be replaced with Dillard Road right turn lanes, also submitted by Amherst County. And that is due to the reduce in the queue and peak hours and improve safety by relieving the capacity issues at the intersection due to its proximity to a school and a commercial business. We're also funding Manor House Drive turn lanes submitted by Prince Edward County to a reduced amount. There was funds gained from revenue sharing between Smart Scale and the consensus scenario, between the staff recommended and the consensus scenario. So they were able to fund to only to 2.6 million from the 8.2 that was identified in the staff recommended. Then in Northern Virginia, funding 1 project out of the HPP program. This is Route 7 widening. It was the next project in the Smart Scale score higher than one that could be fully funded, with the remainder of unallocated HPP in the staff recommended scenario. This project widens from 3 to 4 lanes in both directions and provides a shared use path on each side. To Richmond, unfunding 2 projects and funding 1 project. The first unfund out of DGP is Route 360 and Deer Run Drive at Harborview Court. It's an R-Cut that was submitted by Chesterfield County. This was on request of Chesterfield County to unfund that project. And then additionally, unfund from DGP, Route 288 northbound hard shoulder running. This is not being removed altogether. This is going to be fully funded with non-smart scale resources. Then funding with a combination of DGP and HPP is the I-64 at Ashland Road, which is Route 623 interchange. This was submitted by Goochland County. It's a 2-lane diamond interchange to a 4-lane diverging diamond interchange. And this project supports a major economic development that's near the interchange. Additionally, in Richmond, funding Route 360 at Brad McNear, a continuous green T. This was submitted by Richmond Regional Transportation Planning Organization in Chesterfield County. And it's a continuous green T with sidewalks. The locality requested this to fund the project in lieu of the other one that they requested to remove, and that was 9154 on the previous slide. And then we're funding to a reduced amount with DGP, the Randolph Road Shared Use Path submitted by the City of Hopewell. And I think this is part of the major trail network that we have. In Salem, funding 2 projects, one with DGP and one with HPP. It's the Route 8 widening and improvements. This adds a two-way left turn lane on Route 8 for 1,000 feet, excuse me.
Whoa.
That would be a really good value. That's the project that I want out of Smart Scale. And then with HPP money, US 460 and Timber Ridge Road intersection improvements, this is an intersection realignment and widening the shoulders. Lastly, out of Stanton, we're going to fund with DGP 9303 I-64 exit 95 westbound off-ramp. This provides 2 additional right turn lanes at this intersection and in the off-ramp. And then funding with HPP, app ID 9037, which is Route 55 and High Knob Road intersection improvements. This adds a westbound left turn lane and an eastbound right turn lane on Route 55. App number 9046 is South Main Street Corridor Safety Improvements submitted by Harrisonburg. It's a companion to 9404 South Main Street so that those can work together and have some efficiencies in the projects. And then 9307 is US 33 and Rockingham Parkway. This is 2 R-cuts with a signalized U-turn at Cross Keys. These provide safety and operational and capacity preservation improvements along US 33.
This is just an updated summary table. You can see the changes shown in red are to the projects that had been selected in the staff scenario that were dropped based on your recommendations as Ms. Jackson reviewed. You can also see the projects that were added as part of the consensus scenario on the right and how much they were by district. So we have a total of 165 projects in the final consensus scenario with allocation of about $1.6 billion. This represents an increase of 13 projects across the state and an increase of about $111 million in funding. Finally, at the end of the day, if you recall way back on slide 5, that remaining allocation for the consensus scenario of $255 million, we spent 111 of it on the consensus scenario based on the changes we just discussed. So there's a net change of 13 projects. I'll point out that those commingled projects that were funded with district grant and high priority are shown as a half a project in the district and a half a project in high priority. I know there's no such thing as a half a project, but to make the total work, that's how I had to do it. The amount allocated in column K for each district and high priority. The amount unallocated, I apologize. So you can see in column K, this is what's left in each district, 143 million total. In addition to that, we also have the recommended reserve we've set aside in anticipation of potential cost increases of $100.8 million. We'll present you with an action item for approval tomorrow at the action meeting. We will then base the final 6-year program development on these changes and bring that to you for approval in June. And we'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Mr. Stant.
Can we go back to the previous slide? The column K, total allocated, do those funds remain in the district in their balance entry?
Yes, sir.
Used for inflation and?
Whatever, or next project.
Round
next-
6.
Next.
And then,
next-
column G, recommended round 5 reserve, does that reside in Richmond or in the districts?
In each district, and the high priority is the statewide.
Nothing moves out the district once it's in there. Anyone else? So 1.65, is that the number? 1643. Nice work, ladies. Thank you. All right, the next item is a Smart Skill Program review. Ms. Jackson is going to remain on deck.
This one needs water and preparation. This is going to be a little bit of a marathon. Hang in there with me. Going to go through the Smart Scale process review update. I'm breaking this up into 2 main parts. Half of the presentation is going to be taking a step back and walking through the history of Smart Scale, essentially why we're here, what is applicable, that's Virginia code, what is CTB policy, the funding sources, any previous round summaries, and a process overview so that we have a base understanding of the process overview, what components can be changed, where can we make the adjustments and fully understand the difference between code and CTB policy. And then I'm going to transition to some of the potential issues that we have identified through the process review and what we're going to be working through, an outline of a schedule of what we're working towards before the retreat, and try to tackle one of the issues that we've identified today to get the ball rolling on discussion and comments before we go on to the retreat. We will be back to the board every month, and even before the retreat, we will have a presentation the day before covering material before the retreat. So that is something you can expect moving forward. All right, so starting with why Smart Scale. In HB 2 of the 2014 General Assembly, Smart Scale required the implementation of a formal prioritization process. This came out of the need to have a data-driven, consistent plan, no matter the changing administrations. In the past, projects would be on the SIP with sprinklings of money that said, we're thinking about you, but not a firm commitment to be a project.
We're dating, but we're not engaged.
We're dating, yes, I like that analogy. So the process scores projects based on an objective and fair analysis that's applied statewide, helping the CTB select projects to provide the greatest benefits for tax dollars spent. And again, Smart Scale is a decision-making tool. As you saw, the adoption will be of the consensus scenario and changes can be made, and it is a decision-making tool. So the first Virginia code, we have 2 main codes that drive Smart Scale, and they're broken up into our prioritization process, which I'm going to cover first, and then the funding. How do we prioritize and how do we fund? Those are our 2 big categories as we go through this presentation. The first step, the main bill, the flagship Smart Scale bill, is HB 2, which defines a prioritization, but not how to fund the project. That's going to be covered later. It was effective in July 1st, 2014, and required the CTB to use the process by July of 2016. The benefit-cost relationship is required in Virginia Code, so they established that as a keystone part. They also require the 6 factor areas. Besides the factor areas that you're familiar with, there are additional factor weighting rules outlined, like in Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads, highway construction districts, congestion must be weighted the highest among the factors. So that is all outlined in that code. It also states that you shall consider at a minimum highway, transit, rail, roadway, technology, operational improvements, and transportation demand management strategies and multimodal project evaluation. You also have to meet a VTrans need, consistent with the assessment of capacity needs for all corridors of statewide significance, regional networks, and improvements to promote urban development areas. And then additionally, projects must be fully funded when they're added to the 6-year improvement plan. So also additionally, land use is required in populations of 100,000 defined in the sixth enactment clause. Hopping really quickly to the policy, and I'll go back to the funding as well. But there are 3 direct smart scale CTB policies. The first is the 6-year improvement program development policy. It defines allocations to funding programs by cycle. So it outlines the biannual even years, allocates high priority projects and highway construction district grants program. So it says how to do that. The allocations are available in the 5th and 6th year of the SIP under development. There is flexibility in that, as you have seen across the years, that it's not hard set in that, but that is the minimum requirement. It also defines the smart scale schedule, and it defines the smart scale funding scenario steps. And it also reinforces the code that projects have to be fully funded. The second is the policy for implementation of the smart scale prioritization process. This defines project eligibility on who and how many. It defines typology, factor, and measure weighting, and we're going to go into those details moving on. And then it restates most of the HB2 code. And this is the policy that's typically updated, that I come to y'all at the end of the year before the next round. So on odd years, the last time we updated was December 8th of 2021, and we will be updating this again this year, so sometime in December of 2023. This is the one that gets touched the most, but we might find that we're working on all 3 of these policies through this process review. The last is the smart scale cost overrun policy. It outlines rescoring processes. I think you're very familiar with this. Kim typically presents on projects that need to have a scope increase, a budget increase, or a cancellation, and outlines how we rescore when funded projects have significant changes, and it gives rules and bounds post-adoption into the SIP. All right. Transportation funding formula. So a little bit of history before we go into what is now governing the transportation funding formula. This is the 1986 formula was often referred to as the 40-30-30 formula, and it used a combination of funding for primary system, secondary, and cities. But before you got to the 40-30-30 formula, interstate and unpaved roads were addressed first, with the balance distributed to the rest. This new formula, HB 1887, distributes the district grant program and funds to the district in a similar manner as the previous 40-30-30 formula. So HBP is not that, but DGP aims to address a similar way that the 40-30-30 used to operate. So as I started to introduce on the previous slide, HB 1887 established the programs that fund the smart scale process, including the high priority projects program and the district grant program. And this governed rounds 1 through 3. That's important to note. We have now transitioned to HB 1414, which has been in place since round 4 and has been used in round 5 as well. And so this restructured Virginia's transportation funding model and updated the program shares, which you'll see in that graphic there on the right-hand side. of how the funding is distributed to the different programs, DGP, HPP, SGR, State of Good Repair, IOEP, which is the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, and HSIP, the Highway Safety Improvement Program. So this was in place until round 4, when they restructured. Additionally, it imposed the regional fuels tax in all areas of the Commonwealth where it is not imposed to be used for the district grant program. And this is referred to as the supplemental district grant. And you'll see there's a little asterisk there at the top that that's not considered in that pie chart, but it does augment the DGP. And I'll give you a little more information about that on the next slide. So as of July 1st, that worked for round 4. The regional motor fuels tax, vehicle fuels tax, is levied with every locality within the Commonwealth. Where that money is directed is what's different. This map shows geographically where the money is directed. The regional fuels tax is supported by the regional fuels tax supporting the supplemental district grant is shown in the gray areas on the map. In green, NOVA, it goes to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority Fund, and that's directed to MVTC and VRE. And then in yellow, the Hampton Roads goes to the Hampton Roads Transportation Fund, and in blue, the Central Virginia Transportation Fund. So this map kind of gives you an idea, if you are not gray, where your money gets directed from the regional fuels tax perspective.
Will you go back and mention the 81 corridor?
Yes. So additionally, the orange area is the I-81 corridor program improvement fund. The I-81 corridor improvement fund is along the I-81 corridor. And so if you are in the localities and the counties that are touching the I-81 corridor, your regional gas and fuels tax goes to the I-81 corridor improvement fund.
I think the point is it has the same foundation as a regional authority. And it's different because it's elongated and it's through a couple, 3 districts, where all the other ones are inside of a district. Right? But that's functionally how it operates, just like the Northern Virginia one does, just like the Hampton Roads does, in terms of how the supplemental's impacted. So in essence, they're getting their piece to that entity up and down the corridor, like Hampton Roads gets their piece to their entity, just like Northern Virginia and Richmond.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Ms. Merrill.
Yeah, this is a great map because I do think that perhaps an unintended consequence, and if you look at the map, it's illustrative how little of the Stanton district is outside of the 81 corridor, which has adverse consequences on supplemental allocations. I understand that, to your point, Mr. Secretary, that they get it through the 81, but in terms of the other highway needs, I do think they are disadvantaged by having so much of that being into the 81 corridor, 81 fuel tax.
We could take the 81 away from them and do something else with it.
Well, do you, not to be sarcastic, but do you really think 81 just benefits Stanton District? And I think the Interstate 81 is a major corridor for the entire Commonwealth. And
No, I mean, absolutely. But it's in the district, just like 64 is in the district, and $3.8 billion of that money, $3.662 billion of that money is coming out of that district, right? I mean, they're funding that project. They're building it. We're throwing in $200 million. That's it, right?
Good deal.
Not a bad deal. Now, I'll say they're building it. This is all state money at the end of the day. We're just taxing it differently in different places and then giving it to those areas or those localities. So, the corridor plan is obviously intended to act sort of like these regional authorities, and yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what happens, Mark, Mr. Merrill, to your point. But it's looked upon as not just a statewide thing, but a district and a corridor thing. So I hear you.
Please.
Keep going, Brooke, you'll see some of the numbers
Yeah,
flowing to
that's
your point.
why I was skipping ahead is to give a little more detail, this slide shows the regional fuel tax revenues that go to the authorities or I-81 shaded in that gray column, the first column from the left, versus what goes into the supplemental DGP. In addition, you can see the combined amount of supplemental DGP and formula DGP that makes up the total amount of DGP available for each district in Smart Scale. This table is an example of 1 year of data, even though Smart Scale is 2 years. So take that information and just digest it as the understanding of how much is going where, but don't overanalyze that it's not 2.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Ms.
I really appreciate this. This question comes up every time we get into a smart scale funding of why isn't NOVA getting any supplemental? And it's just a great reminder that our money is, I mean, for all intents and purposes, this goes almost exclusively to Metro.
Yep.
There's a little
Metro.
bit for, PRTC that comes out of here, but for all intents and purposes, it's how the region has been funding Metro for over 40 years.
And Hampton Roads, for example, when you saw their map, it's not all represented by the authority or the Accountability Commission. So there's entities outside of that commission that have supplemental that allowed to flow in, just like Stanton has a little bit as well. But that's all they're getting supplementally because they're already getting their other money and spending it.
Okay, so we did process and funding, the code and CTB policy. Going to just do a brief history before I get into how the entire smart scale prioritization process works. You have seen this slide several times. I presented it at the January CTB meeting with the staff recommended scenario, so I won't go into too many details, but the numbers have been updated on the far right column for round 5 with consensus scenario data of how many projects were funded this round with the total funding allocated and the value of projects supported. And then this is more for informational purposes, the smart scale previous round summary of our continuous improvement over the past 5 rounds. This summarizes policy and procedural improvements that have been made. This is for your review and consideration as we continue to make suggestions heading into the retreat. It's important to know where we have been before we start making changes in areas that we might have already changed before. And it doesn't mean that we can't or that we're counting it out. But a lot of time every round is spent on the continuous improvement process. There has been a previous CTB retreat between rounds 2 and 3, and there's a lot of great information on what was worked through in those retreats as we head into the coming retreat that we're going to have this summer. Okay, so the smart scale prioritization process, I'm going to cover how the process works from the areas identified above. We're breaking it that Virginia code and policy dictate what we do in the smart scale prioritization process. But all of that has different sub areas and categories that are part of the smart scale process. And I'm going to go in timeline order. So you see all of the boxes at the bottom that define different components of smart scale. I'm going to go in timeline order, but not the order that you see the boxes up there. You can think of all of these boxes like HPP eligibility, DGP eligibility, the consensus scenario, staff scenario, different parts of the scoring, weighting typology methods. Also, post-adoption into the SIP, delivery and project change is another part of the process. These are levers that can be pulled to change the process. They're all separate individual parts that make the greater whole of the prioritization process. Additionally, we have the procedural, which is overarching, that ensures the day-to-day administration to address the overarching policy and code. So this includes portal, the application process, eligibility, communications, and readiness. And as we go through this recommendation process, we're still pretty early in the process. It might be easy to change one component and really see how the results affect, but as we start adding different components together, it could cause changes in the aggregate that swing too far to one side. So we just have to be mindful of single changes versus changes in the aggregate that can affect in a different way. So as we go through this process, we hope to show you individual changes and how it affects, and then in the aggregate when we come to a final conclusion of some recommendations of what the aggregate might look like. And just being mindful that making a change somewhere else might affect one of the other boxes that you see up here. All right, starting with funding program eligibility. DGP and HPP funding eligibility are affected by the VTrans need met and who's submitting the project. So this table here clearly defines who is eligible for what program. So we have process and we have funding. So this dictates what program you're eligible for and what steps you'll have applied for when you're actually doing the funding scenario. The locality process is actually written in the Virginia Code, and the HPP process is tied to CTB policy. The local and regional population determines the cap limits on how many applications you can apply for, and that can be submitted each round. Cap limits were actually introduced in round 3, between round 2 and 3. It was a topic of discussion at the CTB retreat at that time. Before limits were set in round 3, we had a history of an applicant applying for 33 projects. There was limits introduced because of the workload result that comes out of so many applications.
Ms. Hines was involved in that, wasn't she?
I
don't think it was.
I think it was, actually.
Oh, it was?
I think it was one of my localities.
Okay.
I could tell.
Do you have the guilty look?
Oh, I wasn't guilty.
No. The application process is one piece of the life cycle of the project, and I'll go over that a little bit more detail, but up here at the top, each of these arrows indicates a process or a step in the application process, but that actually indicates a touch point between the state and the applicant. There is a lot of work between the applicant and the state to ensure that the application is ready. Screeners ensure that a VTrans need is met. The project is Smart Scale program eligible, which is different from funding eligibility. So I really do want to separate those two when we talk about project eligibility and funding eligibility. But project eligibility defines that you're not asking for a study. You want to have a capital improvement project is going to be built. It's not an asset management style project or a maintenance project. It's not a system-wide improvement. You're not asking for every traffic signal in your city to be redone or replaced. And it's not a recently funded VTrans need. Additionally, not a transit maintenance facility, which kind of falls into the maintenance asset management area. Additionally, one of the bigger pieces, the meatier pieces of screening is readiness and validation. We ensure that a project is ready, which includes locking down the scope of the project, ensuring the scope is accurately reflected across the application. If there are more complex components of the project, that we have proper documentation and study requirements being met, and that validating that all the scoping elements are incorporated into the cost estimate. I mean, that probably takes the most time in the application process as we go through. I think we try to budget 2 to 3 months, and this always ends up being the bulk, even so, more so, or as equal to as the entire scoring process. So we are trying to be mindful of those pieces and the time that it takes. All right, the area type weighting. So we're going to move from procedural to scoring. This defines the scoring process for weighting typology at the MPO and PDC level and methods for factors. Typology decisions are made at the MPO and PDC level, and these rely heavily on public input for area type designation. I know there was a lot of work that was done in the first round to determine what area type designation we're going to have to begin with, and then we are still modifying and adjusting on a round-by-round basis and taking requests for area type designations. And also the factor areas are defined up there and what their weighting values are. And I know you've heard me talk about this at length in the past.
Ms. Jackson, can I just verify my understanding? The percentages are entirely within the CTB's control, is that correct?
Yes, thank
Thanks.
you for that. I would anticipate suggestions for changes in the factor area weightings as well. That is one of the most common areas to come up for changes in the CTB policy between rounds.
Secretary.
Mr. Merrill.
Ms. Jackson, could you comment on the difference between type C and D? I understand type A is the urban metropolitan areas, but the difference between C and D zones?
I actually will need to defer to someone who has historically helped define the C and D, or I can get back to you on that, because they are very closely related, but it is intended to be C and D are of the more rural and A and B are of the more urban.
But C is more urban
And
in some cases than D.
yeah,
Sort of like the middle ground, I guess.
I think it
Where
was
we're sitting-
proposed to
where we're
have
sitting
two.
today. Where we're sitting today, Stanton, Lynchburg, you know, sort of. Yep.
Thank you.
Love it.
For each factor area, there are multiple measures within their own weightings. One example is shown here. The top factor area is safety, reduce the number and rate of fatalities and severe injuries is the factor goal there. It has two measures, reduce crash frequency and reduce the rate, and those have a weighting value associated with that as well. I did not want to overwhelm the slide, so there is a link to the appendix to look at a scorecard which breaks down all the measures. And I think you're pretty familiar with that, but those do have their own weightings, and those weightings can be adjusted as well. And we have adjusted those. Previously, safety used to be 50 and 50, and they have moved to 70 and 30. So methods are adopted by way of the technical guide. Some small refinements relating to new research and methods are made each round via the technical guide, and those might not come before the CTB, but any major methodology changes, like last round, adding greenhouse gas emission offsets to E1, that is brought before the board. So you will see those items come to the board for approval. And everyone's favorite, normalization. So in SMART scale, each measure is normalized, which simply means the best projects for the state for that measure dictate for all other projects. So what I have up here is an example from round 3 showing person hours of delay, and all of the values are a proportion of the highest measure value. So the real data is up there from round 3. HRBT at that time, round 3, was the highest congestion score at the state. So you see that 6,436.4 person hours of delay was reduced. That was the highest, and the next highest score was 1,262. So that was 19 of the Hampton Roads score. So it really is a proportion of that top score. One easy one to point out is the West End Transitway corridor improvements. That was a 643.9 score, which is about 10% of the top score. So that's the easiest way to define what normalization is. The maximum measure values may change on a year-to-year basis depending on the characteristics of the submitted projects. This is why when you submit each round, you can't compare previous rounds to rounds. Just keep that in mind. Every round is different. Now, we do report on the pure measures and the scorecards, and you can compare those, but you cannot compare the normalized measures. Hopping back to funding scenario steps. So these are the CTB adopted funding steps described in January when we brought the staff recommended funding scenario. just keeping in mind, again, the two most important pieces of this is how to prioritize and how to fund. And this is part of the how to fund step in the process.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, Ms. Hines.
Ms. Jackson, is this in our control as well? This is not in code?
This is also in the CTB control.
Okay, thanks. Maybe we could have the colors, have the bar at the top, have a color that tells us whether it's in code or in our policy. That would actually just be a helpful reminder as we move along.
The factors are in code. And that's that's pretty much it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just the factors on this slide.
You had that one slide that showed the law and then showed CTB policy, and there were two colors.
Yeah, it was three documents.
And I think you just went by it. So yeah, code, policy, and then these. It's just really helpful for us to keep remembering which things are ours and which things we
I think
cannot
the factors
touch.
of the code, and that's pretty much it.
So HPP and DGP eligibility, I will say, is Virginia code. Staff scenario steps is CTB policy. Consensus, CTB policy. Weighting, except for Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads on congestion.
But even there, it's not the number, it's just the relationship. Right.
And then the typology and methods are CTB policy, and delivery and project change is CTB policy.
Thank you.
So I
There's
can.
a lot of flexibility,
Well, that's part of my point, but as it goes on, you kind of tend
which
to
makes it
lose
harder.
that.
It's better, but it's harder.
Back to where it was. Okay, so we've prioritized, we've funded, now we're post-adoption into the SIP. Delivery performance is critical to the Smart Scale process. We often don't talk about delivery in the context of the Smart Scale overviews that we give, but what happens after selection into adoption is just as critical as like how we select the projects. The commitment is made to deliver the projects in a timely manner and within budget. Projects can either be VDOT administered or locally administered. Smart Scale has brought upon a new way of tracking in the agencies. We have dashboards, and it's critical to address projects that are not moving forward in the process before adding new projects to the program. Did you want to add anything, Mr. Commissioner?
I'd say this is going to be one area that we're going to bring back to the board in the fall is our locally administered program. The chief engineer is going to give an update in the July meeting, as he usually does, on a year-end performance on delivery of the program, and continue to highlight the importance of our local partners in delivering the program, but also recognize that our local sustained project program that we're putting some policy into place that we would like to get the board's input on in the fall is to be able to make sure that as some of our localities that may be those bad actors that aren't delivering the program on time and on budget, that the board take into consideration in future rounds of Smart Scale before we start allocating more projects to those localities. So more to come on that, but I think first shot is at the July meeting is where the chief engineer is going to give an update on time and on budget performance, both of VDOT projects, but also of the local performance as well, to start setting the stage of where we need some additional emphasis on our local partners to do a little bit of a better job in delivery of the program in a timely manner.
Thank you. So I just want to add between these two slides as we switch to the funding and delivery, you know, Kim was up here helping to present. A lot of these items do go past what OIPI is doing on a day-to-day administration component of this process. We pass the baton on to VDOT, and we keep a little bit of a separation between the two processes, and on to DRPT we pass the baton to. And they help and assist the IID, and all of VDOT as an agency does help and assist with seeing these components through. That's how you see Kim come up for the project change process. All right, moving on to the project change process. So this is in the CTP policy, the Smart Scale Overrun policy. It defines the project change process. You're pretty familiar with it at this point. Changes in scope, budget, or cancellation that are over certain thresholds absolutely do have to come before the CTB. And we could see changes that happen here. We have not made changes to this policy since it has been introduced. So that's something that we might be discussing as we move forward. So that concludes the Smart Scale process overview. I'm going to transition into the second part of the presentation about going through the potential issues identified. So this right here is a list of potential issues that have been identified either through our surveys, our workshops. HO came in last month to go through their survey. We've been working on digesting our survey, and we've seen enough themes at this point to come up with a list to guide us through this process so that we have a plan. This list is flexible. It's a draft to keep us on a path to have a productive retreat and make sure that we're working towards goals. Knowing that we might remove or add things to this list, but for now we have a starting point. We're gonna, as we continue to go through this process, we're making the survey data whole with data from previous rounds of Smart Scale. ATCS will likely present on what they're seeing in the data, and our staff, DRPT, VDOT, will produce options of how to address things they're seeing in the data. And just remember that as we're pulling those levers that identified, you might see levers change what we want to work on as we're going through this issue. The way that we're approaching this is to look at all of those grouping areas, delivery, steps, DGP. We're going to work on that to address an identified issue. There could be multiple categories that address an issue that we have here. So I'll run down the list really quick just so we can say them and have them out. There is a schedule identified, but again, we might not hit it on that exact date depending on how far along we get in that particular issue. But the first identified issue is application quality. Staff resources are stretched to dedicate to applicant support and application quality, and we're going to dive into that one in this presentation. The next is process biases. That is something that ATCS has been working on and spending a lot of time on. They will cover that over 2 months in June and July. Where applicants may submit projects that they think will be successful, not necessarily what the highest priority. So that is the theme that goes behind process biases. Additionally, forward-looking process. This is the processes should be more forward-looking to account for future traffic and future economic development. These are themes we've been hearing. Again, things in the survey that need to be data sounded before we move forward with a suggestion for an improvement. Low scoring projects. The theme there is some districts may have significantly lower Smart Scale scores than in other districts, which is inconsistent with the purpose of the statewide prioritization process. An emphasis on safety priority. Safety is an increasing problem that warrants the prioritization process. One factor majority. This particularly hits on land use factor, which has a significant of projects funded on only that category. Disconnect between the VTrans need and the benefit that you get in Smart Scale. So this is the perception that projects are not demonstrating a benefit in the factor area related to the VTrans need for which they were screened in. So if you meet a VTrans safety need, should you be getting a Smart Scale safety score in your benefit scorecard? That is the concept between the need and benefit relationship.
Jackson, I wouldn't use the word. Might have a project that safety V project. Because it's word it's safety.
Yep.
me to say it does, doesn't it?
And this would be the first time we would look at eligibility after the project is scored. So keep that in mind, that that would be a completely new way of looking at the smart scale process. And then flexibility in the project change process. We've heard that a lot across the state. The smart scale project change cost overrun process is overly burdensome, creates project delays, and interrupts normal project development issues. There are benefits, pros and cons to the project change process. It keeps value engineering important, being lean, staying within the bounds of a cost is a good thing, but it is becoming evident that's a little over burdensome to our applicants and to the districts. It's taking up a lot of time. So that's something that we're going to dig into. These items will be after the retreat because they are things that are not really having implications to the applicants before we open up the smart scale round. So these kind of items will be more useful at that point after we hit the retreat. Lastly is project performance, which is Margie's area, Margie Ray. Are the projects performing like they said we would? Is the utilization matching predictions? I know these are common questions that we talk about in the board. This might move up a little bit earlier, but they are on track. They are working to look at the data of projects from the history. We have about 160 projects constructed on the ground. Are they doing what we said they would do? That's what the goal is there.
And to that point, obviously that's trying to get to something. Actions. X. Spent the money. Question, are we getting X? 10.7X. What do we learn from that particular cycle through it? I think you're gonna have X and you plan for it. You're not. More than you thought.
This is the schedule written out. I know it was mentioned on the previous slide, but I do want to touch on the retreat really quick. The goal of the retreat is going to be to briefly summarize these issues that we brought up and what we've presented to you in a very brief format, summarize comments that we've received from the public or from the CTB or from the agencies on our approach to that issue. Data check any concerns that we receive in these comments and present that to you at the retreat, and then discuss preliminary recommendations for all of those issues that are listed out so that we have a really targeted plan when we come together for the retreat. Okay, so I'm going to transition to the topic of application quality. The application is just a piece of the greater project identification process. You'll see here, it's a long life cycle to become a project. You have to have a need identified. There is typically a study and a project recommendation that happens through the planning departments, either through OIB or through VDOT and TMPD, studies that you work together and partner on. Those can take anywhere from 6 months to 2 years to do a full study. So that is part of the larger, greater project identification process. And concept development comes out of these studies as well. You might have multiple options to address problems in your studies. And then you get to the project application period, which is the blue arrow. And that pops into what we had in the previous slide, all of those touch point arrows. And then project selection and the smart scale process happens, or another program project selection happens, because things do not have to get funded through smart scale. They can get funded through HSIP, SJR, SGR, all of those programs. And then the project is programmed in the SIP. The planning to programming process has a lot of handholding and partnership between the state and applicant. There is a partnership throughout this whole process, and that takes time, and it's a big undertaking between the applicant and the state. So, with the application quality issue, the staff resources are stretched to dedicate to application support and applicant support and the quality of the applications. As the commissioner has been pointing out at the spring hearings, we're operating under a 50% bigger SIP program with the same staff supporting these applications and these projects. Over 50% of the submitted applications in round 5 were not ready for scoring at full app submission. So on August 1st, we saw that half of these applications, and we pride ourselves on getting these applications ready to score because we want to see these projects be developed and to get through the scoring process. I came to you in December and we only screened out, I think, 11 projects. I have to check that number, but we only screened out 11, and 50% is over 200 projects that we said weren't ready in August. So the amount of effort that goes between August and December to get these applications ready takes away time from working on delivering existing projects, from working on scoring of applications, to working on the quality of the application to make sure that project changes are minimized after adoption. So this is a huge piece of the time, and we need to recognize that the applications aren't as ready as we think they are, and we haven't been as transparent about that because we want them to be ready. In round 5 data, we received.
To complement what Brooke has just said about the scoring and the process that's used, let's be mindful that the portal opens early in March for the pre-applications, go through the process. We have a number of months to go through this. What that says is that between March and August 1, we still have 50%, 200 projects that aren't deemed ready. So we go from August to December, and we have those individuals that are supposed to be dedicated to reviewing the projects, scoring them, and getting them ready. What that does, these same individuals are responsible for delivery of our program, the actual engineering work. So it's not only our staff, but it's our consultant resources that we're taking away to be able to deliver our program when they're still working on the application phases. So it's it's somewhat of a double whammy that we're trying to get projects ready for the 6-year improvement program in Smart Scale, but it's also those same resources that we have dedicated in the districts that are responsible for the design work, the true engineering work on the delivery function of our program. And this is starting to take away and erode our ability to meet our on time and on budget. And as I said at the 6-year improvement plan hearings in this past spring, we've added 1,500 projects to the program in 7 fiscal years. And we're still working with the same amount of staff and the same amount of resources, and we're at 1.6 billion this round. So I just want to highlight the fact that what Brooke is saying, this is a lot of work on staff, our consultant resources, to be able to deliver just the applications. This isn't necessarily doing the work itself. And I think Brooke will go a little bit more into this, that she's going to get into it, but we had 413 received, and we've recommended in the staff scenario 152. Yes, we are taking 14 more projects, I believe, is what Kim and Brooke had indicated, but that's a sizable amount of projects that will never see the light of day. So I'll leave you with that as we continue this discussion.
Let me jump in there. One is and we're just we're getting too many and too many aren't ready. So that, that takes a lot. Question. Problems there's two. Is how do you get the people? And how do you have less applications by you? Separate. Work on the quality side. That's more about it. But a lot of folks just put in as many as they can put in, right?
Yeah.
That's not good. We want good applications. And we don't want lots of them chasing.
Mr. Secretary,
Ms.
it would be really helpful to me to understand better what the buckets are of unreadiness. That's right. And then the other thing that I would wonder about when I'm thinking about projects in my district, for instance, a lot of our projects are expensive, right? And even when people are bringing dollars to the table to buy it down, they're still expensive. So the number of projects that I can actually fund in district grant is not large. I would wonder about how many projects we're seeing that do become ready, that don't get funded, show up in the next round, or the next round, or the next round. Because I don't, I think we have to be careful to say that there are quality projects we can't fund that would have good utility. We just don't have enough money always to fund all of them.
And I think right, and I think we have the opposite as well.
I agree. So sort of understanding that play over time, but also understanding what the categories of readiness. I mean, probably all of us have anecdotal, stories about, a sign off on one piece of paper that was missing, and so the project got screened out, or this little thing wasn't quite to somebody's liking, and so they were told they needed to wait another 2 years. Those stories are out there. So let's understand with a little more detail what our categories of unreadiness are.
I understand.
I'm not disagreeing with the premise, but I think for our applicant community, for the public to understand, we need to explain this a little bit more than just saying it's a staff resources are stretched. Let's talk about what it really is.
I mean, I don't care if it's them or us. We're getting a lot of out. Take their time.
Yeah.
And our time.
Right.
And our funding rate is, eligibility rate is low.
We do.
We're wasting it. We don't want them to waste their
Right.
time, and we don't want to waste our time. If you could, the magic way to say, this project is likely to be X, this one isn't, and you run it through that, I'd run it through that every time, right? So,
That's what the district that put the 33 projects in was trying to do.
But that way you could just, say no, yes. Their time or ours.
Right.
Secretary? First, I'll thank the commissioner and your team for processing this many projects. And I'm sure it's very frustrating to have to go through all this work to know that many of them are not going to make it. Not to get into the weeds too much, but is there not a way that even before we open up Smart Scale, you can lay an expectation for jurisdictions to prioritize their transportation needs? Because my impression is that some of these just roll the dice, and they're thinking, I'm going to score, I'm going to submit a bunch of projects, hope they score. And to Ms. Hines' point, if it's a true high priority of transportation need, it doesn't get funded in round 3, it should show up again in round 4, And in round 5, it truly is important to that particular jurisdiction as opposed to, okay, we're going to shift and go somewhere else.
Yeah, and I do think applicants prioritize in different parts of the state also, based on resources. And I do want to point out as well that this is burdensome on the applicants too. It's not just the state. And were you going to add something to that?
Mr. Merrill, what Brooke just said was that applicants do have to prioritize their submissions of applications as they come in. So they have identified in the application process their top priority project that they're submitting, albeit it would be a number of them, but as we'll see. And you're right, there's a little bit of a shotgun approach, but they're still going through and identifying the prioritization of those projects so that as we're going through the methodology, we know, at least from the locality, what their top priority is.
This is the first time I've been through the complete cycle. And anecdotally, when I pressed a jurisdiction, I said, so tell me which is your priority. They hem and hawed. Well, I think they're all good priority. I said, okay, but what if you, but so if you had to put these in ordinal rank, what would you do?
They did, actually. So this round, we asked the applicants to, on the last page of their submission, to rank the projects. And we actually used that data in this analysis that I'm going to go over. So, and that is something we can provide and we tried to have available.
They weren't telling you everything, Mr.
They were keeping some things.
We need to go back and change the ranking then.
Yes, Mr. Coleman.
I was going to wait till the end, but we seem to be talking about a lot of the things that something I wanted to ask you is, in the identification of issues, was there any discussion based on localities chopping up into small projects what is really a major strategic plan on their part? And I'll give you an example. Fred and I have been working on Norfolk, taking a 52-mile, 12-quarter project and breaking it up. We've got one that's sitting there, that's been sitting there for 6 years on Granby Street, that's still a bone of contention. And we took out of the policy a small four-mile section in Ocean View Avenue. And what is, it seems the strategy is to break these up into small projects so they score well, mostly on land use, and their intent is to cobble together a major 52-mile project. Instead of applying it as a 52-mile project, they're breaking it up. And that, you know, is several concerns. Is that really what we want in smart scale? I think it was alarming to me. It's my first time through this, that 15 of the top 25 scores were bike and pedestrian. It's easier to have these smaller projects but what is the benefits of some of the other projects that aren't getting funded? And then you have the district offices that are having to manage these processes over years. I mean, the Hampton Roads District is managing a project that was approved in round 2 that's been sitting stagnant. They just requested another 18-month delay before they get started. So they've still got this on the books, and it's not moving forward. And it's because of they didn't get really buy-in from the residents on that Granby Street project. So I'm using that as an example, but I'm sure there's other examples in other parts of the state that are seeing the same thing.
Mr. Coleman, yes, that's happening. Obviously, we're aware of that, and that's part of what we're looking at here.
Yes.
Jackson.
That is something I will actually touch on as we're moving forward. It's a good transition to the potential solutions. So as I was going through the smart scale process and every single one of those, again, our approach to this is to have an identified issue and see what buttons and levers could be pushed and pulled. So the improvement areas identified were project eligibility, readiness, the consensus scenario, and possibly portal enhancements as well. The first idea was project eligibility, to reduce the application cap for all entities, do a wholesale reduction based on population like we already have. The second option is readiness in combination with changes to the SMART portal to streamline document approval before final submission. So this means, do you have the sign-offs for those high-level documents before you hit the submit button? So that process will be built in, so we're not finding out later after our review is done. So that aims to bring that 50% number of not ready up into the process a lot earlier and have those approvals already electronically in the portal. And this, we also want to change some of the terminology. We say conditionally screened in at pre-screening, and I think people think that automatically means they're screened in. And this is just a culture thing, but to change it to conditionally screened out unless certain conditions are met before the full application in August. From the readiness category, allow applicants to use their estimate. So this would be reducing our readiness bar. I do want to qualify that before I continue. So if we want to lower the number of applications so that we have more time to focus on quality, do we allow them to use their estimate if they agree to cover any shortfall? And just to clarify, that would mean that VDOT does not validate the estimate in those cases. That has been brought up as an idea across the state. We have heard that several times, so we cannot not state that. And then another option is in delivery.
Ms. Jackson, wait a second. Mr. Kasperitz.
Yeah, I had a question number 3. Allowing our app shortfall. I don't want to have a VDOT estimate to identify what the delta between extra work, but it was Wild West approach to letting the check on our.
I will just say that it's my extremely strong recommendation that the board does not waver on our removal of VDOT's estimate and the policies that we've worked so hard to put into place, that we will become very inconsistent with our methodology and potentially be in places where we have significant shortfalls on projects and holding and tying monies up. So I will jump to the chase on this if you haven't figured out that, that it is my strong recommendation again, going into the workshop, that we do not waver on this aspect.
VDOT doing the
estimate. Our estimate.
Validating the estimate.
And our validation of the estimate, yes.
What would happen, Mr. Commissioner, if localities did that, they stepped up and said, we'll cover it, and if they don't do that in the regular course, you just take it away?
Mr. Secretary, I think, one.
I'm not advocating, I'm asking what would happen.
One, I think that we would have a disconnect and lack of consistency in our approach to cost estimating, but secondarily, that when we do see some of these projects go into smart scale and begin to get scoped, delivered, and lead to the construction phase, we see the cost increases. Those monies, let's just say it's a $10 million project that doubles in cost. That money could be sitting there 3, 4, 5 years, and that's a lost opportunity for another project that could move forward within that funding.
But you're changing the scenario. The scenario I used is they agreed and backed, and they funded it in regular due course. And if they didn't, the project went away. What would happen then?
I could chime in really quick.
I want the commissioner to ask the question.
What would happen in due course is the project goes away. Localities would game the system. I would lowball the estimate, say that I'm willing to put it into place, and then ask for additional funds, or I'm sitting on, or the Commonwealth is.
Can't ask for additional funds.
The Commonwealth is sitting on funds that aren't.
You back the estimate, past that amount of money. You can't ask for additional funds. You're either required to move ahead timely, or you lose the project. What would happen?
Two parts to this. One, that money would be sitting and not be used for the benefit of the citizens of the Commonwealth in a timely manner. And secondarily,
You're just changing the game. You just changed the facts.
okay, then the second part of this is that we would have a lot of expenditures.
I think ultimately, it would probably work out, ultimately, if you held the line, but it would be painful to go through the process.
Mr. Secretary?
That's what I think. And I'm not advocating for it. I don't like the note that says this creates an unfair advantage in the scoring process. It's just an advantage. I'm not sure what makes it fair or unfair. If somebody's got some more money and they want to throw it in the game, that's the way it works today. You buy down your project with your own money, you score better than somebody with exactly the same project that doesn't. There's an advantage.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah.
If I may, on the DRPT side.
There you are.
I'm over here. On the DRPT side, we have for years had language in our contracts that limited our participation if a cost estimate increased. And so we've done this, and I can tell you that we did not independently validate capital project estimates until recently. And our process is much better for doing that. And so I do agree with the commissioner that I think that that independent validation and holding them to something that, whether it's VDOT or DRPT, is validated and we know that the project can be delivered for that cost is important and something that I think the board should continue to do.
We've tripped over those in round one and round two and round three, and, we didn't have good estimates, and we're learning, and, I've heard that over and over and over again. And I hear you, and I think that's probably what we should do, is just continue to do that. If you ran I also would just say, I think if you ran the other system and you ran it tight, they would suffer enough pain that they would get in line. But it would be painful in the interim.
Mr. Secretary? Just want to make sure I fully understand the commissioner's points. So it seems there's general agreement that having VDOT do the estimates is a necessary part of this process.
Validate the estimate.
Yeah, validate the estimate, I'm sorry. But I guess the ability for the applicant to cover their costs through some appropriate resolution, if they have a consistent track record on delivering projects, is that acceptable in your view? Because it's a two-part question. One is, should we validate? And that seems to be generally agreed on. But should the applicants have the option, if they've met prior performance criteria in delivering projects, to guarantee that overage if there's a differential in the estimates?
You have not seen us stand up in front of this board and ask for more money on a transit smart scale project, because that is what has happened.
So you've done it that way?
We have done it that way.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary, it's in response to Mr. Casperwood's question, the shortfall as we go through the validation process, one of which was in Northern Virginia, we went through and validated how the right-of-way would be funded through that process, and whether it's through a proffer or some other means. And that's through the validation process, but they are responsible for making up the shortfall and the delta at the time that we go through the scoring process.
So let me hear this straight, because and we can do this later too, but so we'd be concerned about them coming in and say, listen, trust my estimate because I'll cover the shortfall. That's scenario one. And we say, we don't like that. So let's get them to come in and say, here's my estimate. VDOT says, we don't agree with your estimate. We think it's 30% higher. They say, don't worry about it. If it's 30% higher, we'll cover it. What's the difference?
Not every locality can provide that 30%.
What's the difference between scenario A and scenario B? It's the backing's the backing. It doesn't matter whether they brought it in the middle or they brought it in the beginning or they brought it at the end. You're in the same place. So I don't understand why your scenario would be okay, but the previous scenario would not. You're in the exact same place.
I'm not suggesting that. I just think if we're going to allow that option, that the credibility of the applicant as to their ability to deliver projects has got to be considered. And they're not all equal from that perspective.
They're not at all.
And if we look at some of our major jurisdictions and their project deliveries, I mean, they've got a credible track record on things like estimating right-of-way, estimating utility costs, and Again, they also have the wherewithal to fund the extras if they do in fact need to go to a higher funding level. So there's a great differential in the applicants from that perspective. I just think this needs further discussion. I appreciate your comments.
It's going to get it.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, Ms. Hines.
maybe a potential data point, because this has been a bugaboo in Northern Virginia from the very beginning, with jurisdictions' estimates being less than the Commonwealth's estimate validation showed. Maybe one thing we could do is do a look back at what the proposal was that the jurisdiction put forward, what VDOT said the estimate was, and then what actually happened when the project went to bid. Because I just feel like there's some empirical evidence that might help us understand and might also help us decide if this is something we should be taking up. We've heard it continuously since round one.
I think it's going to be difficult for us to introduce into our system something that says, I'll do this in Fairfax, but I won't do it in Alexandria. Or I'll do it in here, but I won't do it there. I think that's going to be really difficult to put in.
I hear you.
And so, you know, I think you got two routes. One is you make sure it's done right yourself. That's the commissioner's route, and that's where we've gone over the last few years after we learned we had a lot of bad estimates that we didn't validate. So now we're saying we're validating everything, right? We could either go their route, or we can go the insurance route, where they insure us against their bad work, right? And that's the route the commissioner's nervous about.
I share his nervousness.
And then if we go the insurance route, we say, well, we trust your insurance, Ms. Hines, but Mr. Laird's insurance, now you're out. And that's the problem. That's where we get,
Right.
Your credit rating.
But part of what I think could come from just doing the look back is for people to actually see.
And we're doing some of that in the locally administered project area, right? We're looking at how they perform, and we're talking to them about the performance.
Right. So I would just, to me, part of our opportunity in this review is to try to deal with some of this anecdotal and say, here's why it doesn't work when we think about it as a statewide or a Commonwealth-wide system. So to me, it's worth spending the time so that we have a better answer than, no, because we're saying no, right? That's all.
We've got, as Brooke said, and as we've been talking, seeing the schedule, we got a lot of work to do. And the problem is, of course, we're never going to get it right. It's not going to be perfect, right? And we're going to want to try to get it to be perfect, and we'll just never get there. And we'll be disappointed in some things, but we're going to make it better than it is today, and make it the best we can figure out how to make it as a group. And that's what we're going to do, and we're going to do it by the end of the year. So we got a lot of work to do. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Am I good to? All right.
You're standing between us and lunch, too. Just letting you know that.
I'll smooth it out. As Mr. Caswoods pointed out, the last thing is tying consensus funding decisions to performance in delivering projects. This could be anything from, is a locality canceling or asking to cancel projects to the board very frequently? Are they not delivering within the windows that are minimum windows for smart scale? This should be a part of a decision-making process.
So, Mr. Secretary, I'd say that this, to reiterate my comments before, this is probably a very...
Strong recommendation?
No, not on the estimating, but on the performance and the delivery of the program and our local sustained performance program that we're standing up right now and working with localities. We do think that as we go through this and giving you the tools to be able to identify who has good track record in the delivery of the program, this is going to help make sure that we don't have an 18-month or 36-month delay in those projects, but you'll at least be able to take a look at the number of projects a locality has, their track record on delivering the program, but also on their performance of project management in general, about billing us on a timely basis, and the things that make good project management overall and fiscal management as well. So to me, this is between 3 and 4, I'll vacillate between this, but the item 4 is going to be a big issue in how we want to address local performance to be able to meet our criteria in timely delivery of our overall program of 700 projects that are in the 6-year improvement program.
So just be thinking about, this is one area, the top block that we looked at on the long page. This is the first area I want y'all to be thinking about. How do we not constrain good demand? We capture the good demand in the application process. Good demand meaning qualified projects that have a likelihood of being successful, that meet a V-Trans need, how do we do that?
Right. So digging into one, we're not going to go into super detail on the other 3, but we are going to focus a little bit on the reduction in cap limit options that were looked at to bring forward to the board. The existing is recopied there for your reference, that our maximum full applications are 4 and 10 right now, depending on the size of your locality or the MPO, PDC, and transit agency. 2 options, we looked at the data and how it would have impacted if these rules were in place in round 5. So the first option was looking at reducing those numbers from 4 and 10 to 3 and 6, and then reducing from 4 and 10 to 2 and 5, so cutting in half. And
Mr. Secretary, on that one, is there any chance of maybe adding in a third category where we have the 200,000 and then greater, more or less, but there's kind of those in the middle. And so there are some localities, like Spotsylvania County is the one who brought it up, that is somewhere in the middle there. And so could we consider adding a third category for those middle?
anything is
We can
possible.
consider anything we want.
Well, I put it out there. I think I checked, I did the check mark here. I was asked to bring it up and get kind of what folks think about that, but we do have this category of localities that are fast growing, that are going to quickly meet that more than 200,000, probably in the next few years. And they just want an opportunity to provide more. And in the case of Spotsy, they have been providing pretty good applications. At least that's what the engineers tell me. So
That's something we can bring. We can bring that at the retreat. Okay. An option. So looking at how round 5 data at the staff recommended scenario.
But let me say one thing. One of the challenges is going to be for us to, as a group, focus on the things, to try to narrow our focus on some things. Because we could do anything, right? To your point. We could go 200, we could go 300, we could go 500, we could go 1 million. We could change this weight, we could add that fact, we could do a gazillion different things. And what we don't want to do is get too far down that rabbit hole, or we'll never get finished. And so, as we think about this, just try to think about, we need to finish, or it's a zero-sum game here. If we don't finish, then we don't have anything, right? And so, we need to finish. And let's try to avoid the perfect being the enemy of the good, right? And that's because we have so many opportunities for that here. I just suggest we keep that in mind.
So reducing application cap limits to 2 and 5 using the round 5 data, this resulted in an overall reduction of applications from 394 to 259, 140 give or take reduction. The overall success rate rose from 39% to 53%, which is critical. Time spent on applications getting funded. We did break out for principal improvement type there and area type. I know there would be a lot of interest in district. Also, we have that data. If there is interest in digging into that, we do have that. But the other important piece of information is the average total cost of funded projects rose. So it makes the base a little bit bigger. It goes from 15.1 million to 16.9. And the total request also rose. So you could equate that to project size. The project sizes are a little bit bigger. Maybe they have 1.5 phases. They have more meat to them because we're having the applicants prioritize what goes in to the scenario. In the current methodology, with all the jurisdictions added up, there is a possibility if everyone decided to submit their cap today, they could submit 1,118 projects. With this scenario, they could still put in a very eye-popping number of 559, but it is a significant number still that is available for applications across the Commonwealth. Okay, so the work group feedback between the EWG, the TAC, we have presented all of this amongst the agencies. In the recommendation is to reduce the application caps for all entities. This will focus on improving the outcomes, focus on a higher quality that are focused on priorities for the applicant. And it's the experience survey data, we ask them, how much energy and time and staff they put into their applications as well. So this hopefully will also have a benefit that the applicants see. More applications funded based out of their applications that they submit. On the number 2 item, we recommend the solution for readiness and the smart portal streamlining to provide earlier and targeted support to applicants and make sure that we're focusing on projects that are ready on submission date August 1st. We do not support the solution to not validate estimates at this time. And number 4.
The commissioner said a lot better. Do not support the not validate. He just said no.
And then we do recommend the solution to tie the consensus funding decisions to performance in delivering projects. And the next steps are a repeat of the timeline and what you'll see us coming to you over the next 3 months. We will most likely be at every CTB meeting through the end of the year. So this just takes us through the retreat and what to expect in the next coming months.
Secretary, question?
Ms. Stant, yes, sir.
I see July as a retreat. Is that just part of our normal one-day meeting, day and a half meeting, or is this in addition to that?
In addition. In addition.
Well, it would be at this.
It should be. It should be.
It would be an elongated or lengthened meeting.
So you're talking 2 or 3 days, or just 2 days?
Well, probably 2 full days. I mean, we have been able to do most of our meetings in a day.
Yeah, but this is something I think is not going to be done in 3
No,
hours.
what I'm saying is that if we have 2 full days, that leaves us at least a full day to work on that. That was the intent.
We're happy to keep you guys in Fredericksburg longer.
No.
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Merrill.
This is great work, thank you, and I think your conclusions are very astute. Would it be possible to address Mr. Coleman's comment about if these projects were not unbundled?
That's a good point.
How many would be reduced? Because I know there are 8 projects in my district that could be reduced to 3 that were submitted.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Merrill. This is concept and theory that if you had 4 applications before and now you have 2, that you can't submit the pieces in 5 pieces or 4 pieces, that you have to prioritize it either together or prioritize your applications. This right now is a working theory, but if you have less applications, you'd have to prioritize or phase things together and group the projects.
Has some pressure on it, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you for your question.
anyone else?
All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, well done. Lots of work to do. Thank you, Jitender. V-Trans, Jitender. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
John Lawson is.
Yeah, I got to jump in again, make a couple really
John
quick
Lawson's
comments.
going to help a little bit.
Yeah, I just, we came to you at the V-Trans retreat that we had back in March, I believe. And one of the things that we had talked about at that meeting was doing away with the V-Trans guiding principles. And as we continue to work through the process internally, I think we kind of felt like we had reached a spot where the guiding principles truly are that. They're kind of form a framework, some minimal level of key objectives that just kind of as a board, we kind of feel like we should be accomplishing. And so we're actually kind of reversing course and going to come back to you with kind of a tweaked version of the guiding principles of what we'd like to kind of move forward with. So with that, I'm going to let Jitender kind of walk through where we landed. So, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good morning, Secretary, members of the board. Next slide, please. So as Deputy Secretary Lawson mentioned, the idea is to follow up on items that were discussed at the March workshop and make a change based on the things that we heard from the board members and Secretary from you, and present some of the modified guiding principles. Can we go to slide number 3, please? 3. So just for reference, there are 4 major policies that exist in V-Trans, which is the state's transportation plan. It is multimodal in nature. So the first, it is depicted in the form of 4 columns here, 4 pillars. The very first pillar is the vision, goals, and objectives. And now, in addition to that, the guiding principles. These things are important because later this year, we will be coming to you with transportation needs that become eligible for smart scale funding program. So the work that is being done on vision, goals, and objectives will be informing how the transportation needs are identified or how the existing policy to identify needs is modified. So this is important work and is not only relevant in the context of the state's transportation plan, but is also impacting or influencing how smart scale policies and decisions are made along with other funding programs that exist. Next slide, please. So this is, as Deputy Secretary Lawson mentioned, there are 7 existing guiding principles. They were adopted back in 2014 and reaffirmed in 2020. So just from the terminology perspective, we all understand what goals are, what objectives are. Guiding principle is a relatively less frequently utilized term. So let me just spend a minute on that. So guiding principles are essentially how we do business. Your goals can change, your objectives can change depending on where you are in life, where you are in the development cycle. But guiding principles are the foundational principles that govern decision-making on day-to-day basis. And I will refer to a couple of discussion items that were at the board meeting just today as we go through this. So in the next 7 slides, it's a relatively brief presentation. I will go over the modified guiding principles that we are bringing to you for your consideration. These items will be presented. Our goal is to present these items in July for your action. And I should note that while we are presenting these to you in the draft form, you can make changes between now and any time between the action date. Next slide, please. So the first guiding principle that is in front of you is the optimized return on investments. Earlier, when Deputy Lawson was making a presentation on TPAF funds, which is how we balance the needs that we know exist and advancing long-term prosperity, where we have we know there are things that will result in higher rate of return. So it is essentially sort of codifying or sort of putting this guiding principle in front of the board, saying that we want to focus on the rate of return in everything that is presented to the board. Next slide, please. Number 2 is focus on safety, security, and resiliency. I should note that these numbers do not represent an order. They are just listed for the sake of for reference. The number 2 is focusing on safe transportation system for all users, and more importantly, to be able to withstand weather and security emergencies. There is some terminology change that was made in the existing one modified to make it clearer. Next one, please. Number 3 is focusing on efficient delivery of programs. The commissioner talked about how some of the work that VDOT is doing. DRPT director alluded to some of the policies that they have in place. So this is, while it may sound very basic, it is sort of codifying for someone who may not be following the board meetings and the discussions, the principles that the board is following on the investment decisions and planning and programming of funds. Next slide, please. Number 4 is focusing on operational improvements and demand management. The board, some of the board members were here when the discussions around I-95 corridor improvements were being discussed, and at the time there was focus on, there were options, you know, whether to improve capacity along an existing corridor or whether to alternative 2 was to improve transit services, and at the time the board decided to go with the latter. And what this is saying is that before we focus on widening a roadway, for example, maximizing utilization of an existing roadway and its capacity, either in the form of technology and operational improvements, or managing demand, which is what DRPT's number for DRPT's focus is the guiding principle. Next slide, please. Number 5 is again focusing on how the business is conducted. So in this case, ensure transparency, accountability, and promote performance management. There was discussion around performance, safety performance, and things of that nature earlier today. There were discussions in the context of performance of projects, items that Commissioner alluded to. So this is again codifying something that has been that the board undertakes on day-to-day basis, discussions that the board members do. And it's focusing on performance targets and measuring progress and adjusting and program policies as necessary. So the cycle of continuous improvement that that the Secretary alluded to earlier. Next slide, please. Number 6 is coordination between land use and transportation. If you think of in terms of this guiding principle, and there was one earlier about demand management, that we want to manage our demand, there is some synergy, which is that land use decisions have an impact on how transportation system performs or doesn't perform. And while transportation agencies do not make these land use decisions, collaboration with local governments to make smarter decisions to provide assistance wherever they request is in this guiding principle noted. Next slide, please. And finally, ensuring efficient intermodal connections. At the board workshop in March, there was a lot of discussion around Port of Virginia and optimizing the transfer of goods, and the same principle can be applied to transfer of people from one mode to another mode. So this is again sort of reflecting focus on ensuring these intermodal connections and optimizing them. So with that, next slide focuses on the revised guiding principles as they were presented to you on the earlier slides. Next slide, please. At the June or July workshop, board workshop, our plan is to come back to you with objectives. So at the board workshop in March, there was a lot of discussion on putting some specificity around items. And at the time, one of the commitments that we made was to bring those specific items in the form of specific objectives. So for example, around safety, around congestion, travel time reliability. So those items will be, or at least at this time, are planned to be presented to you all in June and July. And in totality, request an action on the vision, goals, guiding principles, and objectives. 4 items that have been presented starting March this year. Request board action in September. Later this year, we will come back to you with the transportation needs, modifications to existing policies, and the transportation needs that that are a result of that, with the intent to request board action on those transportation need at the December workshop or December action meeting. With that, Secretary, I will pause to see if there are any questions.
Mr. Kasperowitz.
Jatinder, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Could you go back to the slide that shows the 7? There we go. So I can, I guess, identify ways that we can measure 2 through 7 as they're currently scripted, that we can assess our success in those categories over time. I can't, in looking at 1, identify objective criteria that may allow us to determine whether or not we've been long-term successful. So I stressed in our March meeting that I think we benefit from having the ability to look backs based on established criteria to say, are we achieving what we set out to achieve? And I just can't imagine how 1 could ever be measured in an objective and quantifiable way. Just a comment.
Right. Mr. Kasperowitz, through Secretary, I think the vision, goals, and objectives. So the third piece that is yet to be brought to you, our plan is to do that in June, July timeframe. Those are meant to be more measurable and specific. And with that, I think those might address the point that you were trying to make. With respect to guiding principles, they were designed as sort of way of conducting business, and we can put our heads together and see if there is other criteria that we can develop. I know that some of these have criteria. So, for example, guiding principle number 3, efficient delivery of programs, on time, on budget, is being measured on routine basis. On the other, we can take a look at as well.
Yeah, no, I think I can see a pathway to that. But maybe number 1 is just a feel-good statement.
Sure.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Secretary, when I looked at this, I did a lot of flipping back and forth, and it was a little bit difficult to see where the changes were between the guiding principles that we had and what's being proposed. And I'm sure that those proposed changes are made very thoughtfully and purposefully. It would be helpful to me to understand where those words were changed, what the thinking was, just so I have clarity on what I'm being asked to approve. So I've just asked to have that at some point.
Sure. Secretary, Ms. Hines, we can provide a version with track changes.
Right, and then the reason.
Sure.
Okay.
Rationale.
Yeah, rationale.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. Mr. Burrell.
Good morning. You have in your folder my director's report for this month. I just want to point out a few things. We have a new CFO starting before the next board meeting. Yay, it's been a long year. Deanna Owari is joining us. She's coming from the state of Indiana, where she was the deputy state budget director and also the CFO for their state workforce agency. So incredible background, and we are very grateful she's actually already helping us out as she's moving her family here to Virginia. A couple of things on the staff side. I have a small team, and we cover a lot of ground, and so I want to give them a little recognition. My communications team is receiving 8 PRSA awards for our rebranding, our anniversary celebration, the transit marketing campaign, and some other great work that they've done. They cover a tremendous amount of ground. Both our transit and rail teams have been out on the road show at a number of national and state conferences talking about things like our statewide rail plan, our HJ 542 Transit Equity and Modernization Study, amongst other things. The transit team is actually at the Virginia Transit Association conference today and tomorrow, carrying the water and talking about how we're making our programs better and more efficient and more effective. The last thing that I want to share with you is everybody should have at their place a copy of our brand new agency strategic plan. This is the first agency strategic plan that we've had in place for a while. It's something that we started about a year ago when I took over, and it's been developed with a lot of collaboration within the team. There's a lot of ownership, and we're really excited about it. So if anybody'd like to talk about that in more detail, just let me know. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell.
Mr. Secretary?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Merrill.
I had one question. The numbers of ridership was impressive. What do you attribute the material growth in ridership in the month of March?
So March, we saw thank you for pointing that out. Yes, our ridership trends, all of them are continuing to move in the right direction. In March, we saw the most significant increases with WMATA and VRE. And some of that is cherry blossoms and, more tourism and travel to DC, but we are seeing, a considerable bounce in WMATA ridership, and that appears to be sustained. Just on Friday, I didn't mention this, but on Friday we cut the ribbon on the new Potomac Yard Metro Rail Station. Silver Line, which opened back in November, has carried 1.5 million passengers since November. And on the opening day of Potomac Yard, before we cut the ribbon, we already had over 1,300 passengers through the station. On day one, it was over 5,000 before the day was done. So we are seeing that, that return to ridership. I rode VRE and WMATA on Friday, and I was pleasantly surprised on the last northbound train of the day. We had really strong ridership on VRE on the Fredericksburg line. So things are trending in the right direction.
Mr. Secretary, I just have one item for the board's consideration today. Typically, I'll bring a major project valued over $100 million that we're going to be putting out for the design build to be able to identify what the project is and the risks, just for your awareness. I do have that one project for your information today, which is the Fairfax County Parkway Southern Segment, which is a widening project from 4 lanes to 6 lanes between Ox Road and Gnomes Court. Beyond the widening in itself, it does consist of intersection improvements, modification of signals, and it does have a shared use path. The value of the project's $123 million. And there are 4 risk areas that I do want to highlight and how we're addressing those. One of which is a slope failure that had previously occurred along the corridor. We're going to have to design accordingly to be able to address that slope failure that has occurred, and we'll be doing geotechnical investigations and borings and make sure that there's a feasible design in the RFP before we release the RFP. The second one is that recognizing the parkway was built a number of years ago and we had different design standards, the materials that we used in the fill slopes outside of the roadway, the structural elements of the roadway, probably have some unsuitable materials in it. We don't allow that anymore, so our design standards have changed over the years. We're going to have to do additional geotechnical information or investigation along that to be able to help identify whether unsuitable materials are there. Standard course of business, but it is a risk back to the project. And then, of course, Fairfax County Parkway does have a number of other projects that are planned along the corridor, which includes, I think, Pope's Head Interchange and then a widening to the segment to the north. So part of this RFP will have some significant MOT or maintenance of traffic implications that will certainly make sure that the contractor is aware of the ongoing need to coordinate maintenance of traffic plans between the abutting projects. And then finally, just the inflation and cost escalation that we may see on the project between the time it's advertised to the time that final construction is there. So 4 risk areas, standard course of business, but again, I wanted to bring that back to your attention, just standard course of business. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Just briefly, we've got a very busy year ahead of us. Not that we haven't been busy already to this year, but we got a lot of work to do. So I look forward to doing that. This afternoon, we're gonna break here in a minute, and Carol will give us some rundown, but basically, you can go swap out some clothes if you want to and grab a box lunch, and we're going to the quarry to see some things exploded, which I've done out there before, actually. But and then we've got dinner tonight. So Carol, will you give some update on the schedule, and then I'm gonna say a couple more things about tomorrow.
Okay. When the meeting ends, you can go to your room, change, put some closed-toe shoes on if you're going on the tour with us. There's a table set up by the door leading out to the shuttle. You can grab a box lunch and take that on the shuttle with you. We're going to go tour the quarry. We'll see a blast. We should be back here between 4:30, 4:45, have a little bit of downtime, and the restaurant is fairly close. It's a 10-minute walk at most, but we will have a shuttle available to leave at 6:15 to bring us to our 6:30 reservations.
Tomorrow, we're scheduled for 8:30, and I'm gonna push it a little bit and give you 20 extra minutes. That's something I gotta do. And, let's say 8:45, 8:50. Does that work for everybody? I have to, got in here by the
Secure?
We can leave our computers.
Yes. We
Okay,
will
so
make sure it's
leave
secure.
You can leave your computer in here, and if you're, do we know who's going on the quarry trip? We don't wanna leave anybody, Mr. Merrill.
In the quarry.
All the board members, of course.
Is
are
anybody
invited.
not going? Raise your hand. We've got 3 folks who are not going. Everybody else should be accounted for. All right. Thank you all very much. Great meeting today. This meeting's adjourned.